Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, how are you?
I am doing well this morning. How are you doing?
Pretty good, but it seems like we have an awful lot of stuff to talk about today, so let's hit the ground rolling here.
Right. So here's some headlines from overnight. Besant says China tariff status quo is working pretty well. So kind of seems to me that either we're going to get another 90-day kick the can, or they're just going to keep everything as is, which is kind of good news because this is what we've been used to for the last 4 months or so. Of course, overnight, the big headlines, mega cap tech sell-off drags stocks lower in risk-off rotation. The whole down day of 1.4% is rippling through through the headlines today. It was notable. We did end the day down 1.4%. We had S&P down 0.6%, and the Dow Jones ended flat on the day. So that is kind of a little bit of notable. Then, of course, you remember we had President Trump say that he wanted a 10% stake, the government to take a 10% stake in Intel. And then we also had SoftBank saying they were going to plan a $2 billion investment that set Intel's stock valuation to dot-com levels in a $24 billion rally in just a couple of days. It's now trading at 53 times profits over projected over the next 12 months, just so something to be aware of. And on that same vein, we did have Letnick come out yesterday and said what they are considering doing with Intel, meaning kind of exchange the grants under the CHIPS Act to an actual equity stake. They're saying that they may expand this to other chip makers. Now, there are a million reasons why this is just a terrible, terrible idea. More so, there's potential for political influence, inefficiency, reduced incentives. We got stifling competition. Besides the whole moral hazard, companies kind of expecting government bailouts or equity purchases during downturns is just not a good idea. They could engage in riskier behavior. So there are a plethora of reasons why I believe this is just a very bad idea, but we'll see what happens and see if we even do see a 10% government stake. That is just being decided now, and how that happens is a whole other story. And then we have Citibank. We talk about the dollar a lot, Jim, and the euro, of course, for currency futures. But so Citi says the biggest carry trade rally for years has longer to run. That means buying emerging market currencies against the dollar, which has delivered some of the most attractive returns of the decade. They believe this has more to run because they think that we're going to see a more proactively dovish stance from the Federal Reserve. So we'll keep an eye on those currencies, absolutely, for sure. And last but not least, we have Elon Musk says he's stepping back plans to launch the America Party. He says he wants to focus on his companies and avoid splitting GOP support. And so I guess this is his formal announcement that he is stepping back from politics.
Wow, that's an awful lot to digest. Going back to Intel really quickly, though, the idea that there's going to be the ownership stake, and the excuse is, well, we can get cash infused a lot quicker versus just the regular typical grant basis. Why can't they just accelerate a grant basis kind of support?
Well, I think that they should do that, but this is their decision because they believe if they do a 10% stake, then if the company does well, this benefits the American taxpayers. But if it doesn't do well, which it hasn't been doing well, the opposite can happen.
Yeah, awesome stuff, Shai. Thank you so much. We will see you shortly. All right, we have a very special guest coming up with me on NinjaTrader Live. We have Jimmy Iuorio. Jimmy is TMG Institutional Services co-host of Futures Path podcast and a frequent contributor to CME Group's Active Trader video series. Jimmy, good morning. How are you?
Thanks for having me, Jim. I'm excited to be here. I love it.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, man. It's always good to talk to you. And how's downtown Chicago treating you so far?
It's good. It's changed in the last year. There seems to be more people returning to work. It's not bustling like it was pre 2020, but it's better than it was 2 years ago by a lot, by a long shot.
Yeah, NinjaTrader headquarters is happening, man. It's a bustling place. There's no room. We keep acquiring new space within the building. I
Where are
have
you
to like
guys at?
it's right next to the river, man. I mean, literally, you're close to LaSalle on the river, and you can see the river. Steakhouse across the street. It's fantastic. But I literally have to request. I have to send a request. Hey, I'm coming in the office just so they could let me in.
Yeah, so it's bustling more than it was. So that's a good thing, considering all the mistakes that it seems like the city of Chicago makes as far as crime goes and things like that. But seems like the downtown is resilient.
Yeah. Well, let's cover some of these markets. Let's get into some charts. We've got E-mini S&P. Let's start with that because right now we've had some recent highs and a little bit of a retracement pullback. What do you think's going on?
So a couple things. We're coming into a seasonally weak part of the year. And I was thinking about, when I talk to people and say it's seasonally weak, August, September, October, they're like, why is that? So, well, you can spend a lot of time thinking about why is that, or you can just accept that it's true based on historical data. And either way, you make the same amount of money. So I don't spend a lot of time worrying about why it's seasonally weak. It just seems to be. So this is perfectly fine, in my opinion. As you see, we've pulled back into the 8 and 21 day moving the distance, the space between the 8 and the 21 day
Yeah.
exponential moving averages. We at Path Trading Partners with Mike Arnold, as you know, we talk about a million times, we call that the rotation zone. I am committed to, for now, this technical strategy because it seems to be working quite well. Again, you and I both have been in this a long time. We know that trading strategies based on technicals can work for a long time, and then all of a sudden they might not work anymore. This is not the case yet. It still seems to be working. So what I'm going to look for is a trade back above, let's call it 64.50 to 64.60 when it comes out of the rotation zone. And then at that point in time, no, lower than that, 64.
Oh, 64. Okay, gotcha. Right.
64.50 or 60 when it comes back out of the rotation zone. And then I'll think that everything's fine. Which, by the way, when I add something else too, yesterday you saw, and I'm sure we're going to pop up the NASDAQ in a second. So the NASDAQ got absolutely pummeled. But everything else didn't get pummeled. Rotations in themselves can be a little bit disruptive, particularly if something is as top heavy as the Mag 7 is. But generally speaking, a rotation is good and is just kind of broadening out of a bull market. So I am not worried. Do I think there could be weakness over the next month, maybe month and a half? Absolutely, I think there could be. But look, we're way above the 50. We're way above the 50-day. All we are is back into the rotation zone. So no big. Oh, and one more thing to add. So the rotation zone tends to not be as good if the market goes into it, maybe let's call it 7 times without a meaningful break. And I'm calling the meaningful break in the midway through that chart, a little bit more than midway through that chart, where it broke down way below it and went almost to the 50-day. So
Yeah.
I just think, I think this is a couple times into the rotation zone. And if we come back out of it, I'll be just as bullish as I was before. But we need to come back out of it.
Okay, so I think we mentioned rotation in two different ways. So there's the rotation zone here on the chart that we've been talking
Oh, we
about
did in 2 different ways. Yes, exactly.
and
Yeah.
the other rotation, I think, and clarify if I'm wrong, is the idea that hey, maybe there's going to be investments shifting from S&P stocks to Nasdaq stocks to Dow stocks to small cap stocks, that kind of rotation.
Yeah, I've heard someone describe it as Palantir to Pampers, and I wish I would have made that up because that's a perfect metaphor for it. But that's the second. I'm so very thanks for picking that up. By the way, I mentioned rotation zone with 2 different meanings, but yes, that's the rotation. I meant out of big tech into other things that had been left behind in the rally. It's not a bad thing. It can be if you get to area where we're so stretched in a few names, which we are. If it becomes a violent correction in that, it has the potential to pull things down with us, but we are not there yet.
Got it. All right, well, let's toggle over the NASI now that you mention it. Let me get this guy popped up here a little bit better. All right, so I'm gonna format this a little bit, Jimmy, so we can see it a little bit better.
Sure.
But similar, right? We had these highs, peak highs, and a little bit retracement cooking. Maybe this retracement's a little deeper based on this low wick. I'll put a fib up real quick. But
Yeah.
what are you seeing here in the Nasdaq?
So this is really interesting because the S&P was still right in the middle of the rotation zone, the H21, where the NASDAQ has gone below it. And so to me, this is a sign of weakness. It's not confirmed yet. I think it has to, that line you just drew, that's kind of the low of that candle right there. Exactly. So we stay below that today and add on to any kind of weakness. I will think that we could possibly challenge the 50-day. Now, again, it is not the end of the world. It's a normal sector rotation out of big tech, which is what we really want. So I would not want to be long the NASDAQ now. I'm not quite ready to short it yet. But if it respects that line, which is 23, we'll call it 23,500, the way you have drawn it there.
Yeah.
If it respects that line and can't go above it, can't settle above it, I consider it'll be like accumulation of weakness. And then I think it heads lower towards 23,000.
By the way, does Friday, Jackson Hole, Fed, Jerome Powell comments moves jiggle this thing one way or the other?
See, I think it has more of a potential to be a tailwind because what we're looking for is my base case is that he'll say the same things he said before. We're data dependent. There's been some signs that inflation may be picking up, but not confirmation. I think he'll say all those stuff. The wild card is if he comes out and acquiesces to Donald Trump's pressure about lowering rates and makes a comment about now is the time to lower rates. I don't know how he would phrase it, but if it makes it seem like he's flipped to more dovish, I think it could boost risk assets, but that would come in conflict with what my thesis is on the NASDAQ right now.
Well, now that you open the door for cuts,
you opened the door, Cagnina.
well, it's the CME's Fed. I rely on the CME Fed Watch tool just to kind of give me a pulse of what the Fed funds are doing. And now it's like, we're off of 3 cuts. We're probably off of 2 cuts for the calendar year. And now, are we going to have any, or is this, are we going to have one just as a bone? Let's throw them a bone with a cut once.
So this has been a pattern for literally about 2 years where the CME FedWatch tool prices in a ton of cuts only to walk them back. So the question is, and again, on August 1st, we saw those disastrous unemployment numbers. We were pricing in almost 70 basis points of cuts at the height. And now we're only pricing in, less than 50, 82%, 83% chance of 25 basis points in September. Here's what's silly. Again, our job is not to say what they should do. Ours is to say what they will do and trade off it. But let's put a hat on and say what they should do. Remember back, they cut 100 basis points from September to December of last year. What happened to 10-year yields? 10-year yields went from 3.6 to 4.7, literally shot higher. That was the market telling them, you're cutting too early. It is going to be inflationary. It's like immediate real-time feedback that the yield curve gives you. So if you and I were in charge of the Fed right now, and we would say, hey, let's cut 25 basis points, and then let's watch the 10-year. The 10-year will give us a grade. If 10-year yields go lower when we cut basis points on the short end, 25 basis points, it'll be like, okay, you're doing the right thing. Inflation is not what we're worried about. We're worried about that declining labor market, which we saw on August 1st. Did I say anything there that you don't agree with, or do you like that?
No, I do like that. I do like that. I'm going to pull up a 30-year. I have a better pulse of the 30-year market than the 10-year notes, just because they move a little bit more and they're a little bit more sensitive. I think they're more front running. You know what I mean? I think this market's smart. And so when I look at the 30-year and we see these yields, the cash yields were between 4.8 and 5.0, right? And forever, for a long period of time right now. I pull up a chart and I see this kind of downward, use your imagination, this downward trend channel that we've been in since this peak high on April 4th. It's just, and then the moving averages are just are flatline, man. So I'm like, all right, this market's either happy right now, pricing at a mid 114 handle, or just doesn't know which way to go.
Good. So something jumps out at me, and probably does you too, because I just said if 10-year yields go lower, or 30-year yields, doesn't matter what we're looking at here. If they go lower, it'll be grading the rate cut as an A. Or if they stay completely locked in this channel that they seem very, very comfortable in, if they are not shocked at all by lowering of short-term Fed funds rate, then that will be conclusive to me that it was the right thing to do. And by the way, what's really, really irritating? Like, let's say back in December when after they cut by 100 basis points and 10-year yields was taking them to the woodshed and telling them they were wrong. What kind of ego must you have to not ever want to quickly reverse what you did and say, oh, by the way, I was wrong? You and I, we've been in markets, we've been traders. If you're wrong, the quicker you can abandon it, the better. And they won't ever do that. They just want to sit on their hands. And I'm not saying just willy-nilly on a Tuesday, raise them back up, and on a Thursday, drop them back lower. But you were obviously wrong back in December.
Yeah, well, for
What do
me
you
and
think?
you,
Have
it's
we figured it all out? Are we going to get the appointment?
for me and you, I know exactly, right? For me and you, it's, for trading, it's pain, right? You're touching the flame. It's like, all right, that's enough of that.
Don't touch the flame anymore. Right, exactly.
Exactly right. All right, well, we'll see how this kind of moves forward here. Let's rotate over though to the Bitcoin,
We're
and
using
then
rotate again, third time.
yeah, we're going to rotate again to the Bitcoin. This market, to me, yeah, I was not a fan at the beginning, early days, but now I am, man. This market is here to stay, and there's some real reasons why it should be, and it charts really nice right now. What do you feel about the Bitcoin right now?
So I think we're at a critical area right now with the 50-day is right. We went below it and now we've come back above it. So I want to see it respect the 50-day. Like you said before, they had me at hedge for profligate spending, hedge for poor stewardship of fiat currencies, not just domestically, but around the globe. I'm in if that's what this thing really is. And I do own Bitcoin and I have it part of my they're idiots with the dollar portfolio, which is a long name for it: gold, silver, platinum, real estate, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP. So to me, this is a big deal. Oh, also, by the way, if it respects the 50-day, it's also respecting those lows from right in there as well. So that will be, if we can settle above the 50-day, settle above those lows, and then trade higher tomorrow, I'll be back in believing that the rally is still perfectly intact. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And I agree with you. I have a rectangle here, my area of support. I use rectangles to help me
I know, I
visualize it.
like it a lot. Yeah.
Around 113,500, give or take. It's a zone, not a line. So it just happens to line up perfectly with that 50 EMA though that we've been talking about. So that kind of reinforces in my mind, hey, there's support here. As long as this isn't broken, we don't have a candle that really closes below it, like meaningful close below it, then maybe it will hold for a while and we could drive up. Again, this old area of support here. I keep that as well. And I just drag it around. I mean, Jack Burrows taught me this a long time ago. It's like, go back in the chart, look for long periods of support because those become resistance later on.
Yeah.
So it gives us a real tight kind of consolidation window if we do get a bid here.
Which, by the way, and there's something we didn't talk about, mostly because I'm fundamentally positive of the asset of Bitcoin, but there is certainly a negative pattern that could be developing as well. If we close today, like let's say, even though if we close above the 50-day, but then we lose that wick of today's candle within the next trading day or the next two trading days, just today's little candle, the wick below the 50-day.
Yeah.
So if we lose that, then in subsequent days, I'm like, okay, that's a failed attempt at going back higher. And to me, that will be a big deal, but I don't anticipate that happening yet. Yeah, that's not a bad line, which is, if you look at the Bitcoin, people will go crazy if you said that, but let's say 100,000 is not a bad line.
Yeah, I mean that's when that's when I had this trend line. We broke the trend line when we got into consolidation.
Right.
So, all right, well we'll see how it goes, man. I'm a super fan here. I could be short or long because of the futures market, but I'm just a fan of the market in general.
Yeah,
But
me
let's
too.
shoot over to micro ether. Jimmy, 128,000 contracts already this morning, man. Holy cow.
Holy cow is right. It's crazy and again, this seemed to all start with, first of all, it was Tom Lee talking about Ether being the next thing. People seem to respect him. Kathy Wood, TD Ameritrade launched, and I can't remember actually even the details of it. It was something to do with using Ethereum's blockchain for something. I heard the guy talk about. But anyway, all I heard was people talking more about this particular coin. So look what happened. It shoots through 4,000. You have that there. It actually absolutely explodes through it up to 4,800. Bobby was one thing that he's taught me over the last couple of years. Bobby Iuorio, if you guys listen, is he loves a good pullback retest to respect that 4,000. So right now, that's all we're doing. Look where the bottom of the rotation zone comes in, somewhere close to that 4,000 level. Going back below that, testing it, and then moving back out of the rotation zone, I think that is just a flashing green light for me. And right now, I would say the red candle that's subsequent to the one just before today's candle, right above the body of that candle, above the body of it, boom. If we come out of the rotation zone and trade that level again, give it to me, I say.
That's 4,400. Yeah, I hear you, man. The other I just threw up a really loosely fitting fib retracement from, where this little rally started. And you got that 61.8% right by that
Yeah.
21 EMA. And I like to when I think of fibs like on a longer term time frame, I like to think of that 61 as this is the point in time when direction it's confirmed that direction has changed. So in my mind, we get a close below the 61.8 and not just a tick, but a decent close below that 61.8. Then I'm like, all right, this little bull run is over.
Could be
Anything
something,
could
right?
happen.
And by the way, and we at Path Trading use the 12 and a half harmonics. So that would be like 62 and 61.8. Basically, they're the same thing on that level. And that's the most important as well. A close below that and any subsequent weakness would indicate that we're wrong on the bull thesis.
Yeah, so that'd be 62.5 on a harmonic.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
62.5. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, in any event, we'll keep an eye on this as well. So we'll see. We get these meteoric, I should say, parabolic just bursts
Yep.
out of nowhere, and then nice grind down here. So again, my hair's not on fire. I'm not too worried about this thing breaking to zero. So,
No, me neither. Yeah. Yeah.
all right, all right. Let me get my mouse going here. I want to get over to my mouse is slowing up here. Let's go to October crude oil real quick and
Oh, for
chat
sure.
about that.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know if you've taken a peek at this, but we are below that. We've been marching below this 8 EMA ever since really after the second day, after we broke below it on the 31st. So all of August, we've just been marching down here into this next level where we have this May support level in view right now. What do you think about this
This
market?
is like looking at a fight and saying the fight is close to being over because the guy who's been throwing all the punches seems to be getting tired. So that's it. You know what I mean? Like this, there's nothing to like about this, except that maybe the guy throwing the punches is getting a little tired. I love where you drew that upper rectangle above that green candle right there. I love that because it'll back be above the 200-day, which is the yellow, or is that the 50-day?
Yellow is the 8, the green's 21, and the
Oh,
blue is 50.
yeah. So this to me, there's nothing good about that. By the way, that can't be the 21 has to be below. Oh no, the 8. I'm sorry. Yeah, you were right. So yeah, so that will just be into the rotation zone actually then, which should technically mean nothing to me. I need it to get back above that 50-day. Like this again, and it could snap back up in this rally because the 50-day seems to be coming in at the 6,500 level, which is obviously a place of some support from back midway through the chart up at $65.
Yeah.
And a snap back to there still doesn't do anything except just kind of show you where the resistance is on the upside. So there's nothing I like about this chart. If I gun to my head, I would sell it. But the one thing I will say too is that with crude, you start to get to levels on the downside where the people who are very, very vested start to wake up and, make some, perhaps like a production, perhaps or something like that to boost the price. They haven't done anything like that or said anything like that yet. But to me, that chart looks like death. You?
Yeah, I mean there's so many good signals. And I know this is, in retrospect and hindsight, but you get the 8 crossing under the 21. That's like alarm bell number 1. And
Bingo.
then not only that, boom, the 8 crosses under the 50, alarm bell number 2. Then 21 crosses under the 50, alarm number 3.
So,
So at the same time, stochastics are in the basement. So yeah, looking back at it, there were some good signals for the shorts.
right. And we talked about this on some of the podcasts I was doing for CME Group early last week, that, yeah, it was all those things were happening at once. That is usually a good sign for lower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
Gold?
We'll see what happens. Let's go to gold. Yeah, good call. Let's see. Where is my gold chart here? Let me find there we go. December gold is popping up right now. There we go.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Okay, so it's non-conclusive, but again, if it goes back above the wick from 2 candles ago and which is back above, just so the level would be about 34, we'll call it 34.10 right in there. Yeah, a trade back above there gets us back above the 50, gets us back above the rotation zone. Things haven't crossed in our favor yet and aren't sloping in the right direction, but my fundamental thesis on gold is still that it should be a long, and it's about profit good spending, one, of course, but it's also about central banks around the globe buying more gold, the rate they haven't done in 75 years. And so I'm interested in owning more gold, and I will probably buy it above 34.10, a settlement above 34.10, a daily settlement.
So let me ask you this before I
Sure.
I talk about the candles. I often hear we talk about this and we hear this all the time that well, gold doesn't bear interest, so it's going to be really sensitive to Fed rate cuts if we have any Fed rate cuts ever again. Is there something to that, or is it just a supply and demand market?
History, it seems like more of a supply and demand market. I always try to equate it with interest rates because, it's a zero yielding, although in option markets, as long as there's any sort of volatility, I can show you how to make a yield on your gold, using options to do that. But so to me, I don't think it's that big a deal. I think it would be a big deal if rates went from where they are now. Let's say the average rate is about 4% across the 10-year curve. If all of a sudden that was cut in half, I think that'd be very supportive of gold. But also that would be because people obviously were buying our bonds in some sort of global panic, and people would maybe buy gold at the same time.
Yeah, that flight to quality, risk on
Exactly.
kind of thing, risk
Yeah.
off. Yeah, I mean, right now, by the way, Dylan in the chat's asking, are these SMAs or EMAs? Dylan, these are EMAs, exponential moving averages. And just to remind everybody, the yellow, and I've had these on my daily charts all the time. Yellow is 8 EMA, the green is 21 EMA, and the blue is 50. I try to make the shorter ones a brighter color because they're hot. They move fast. They adjust quicker than the longer ones.
Yeah.
So that's what I have on my chart right now. And we have the candle right now is kind of it was an equal and opposite candle, and now we're kind of breaking. There's no wick on the top right now. Buyers are coming in pre-market
Yep.
right now, trying to drive toward that 3,400 level. We do have to get through those EMAs right now to get there. We'll see if this is just pre morning jitters or not. I don't know.
Right. And I'll add one more thing too. I like the way it rejected the lows below the 50 and now it's back above the 50. That to me is nice. But again, it has to close above those wicks to make me think that the little bit of weakness we're seeing now is over.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So anyway, we'll see how we go. We have time for this one. We got to get to the dollar. We got to get to the Euro FX US. I don't have my euros yet for my trip in September. I'm kicking myself for not buying them last year.
Yeah.
But Euro versus US dollar, or just the US dollar in general. What are your thoughts?
I'm going to point out, by the way, that the 2 weeks before I went to Italy, in 2 weeks' time, the euro rallied like 16%. It cost me a tremendous amount of money. I thought it was well, forget it. I was going to use a profanity there, but I won't use that. But it really, really irritated me. Okay, so the euro right now. So right now we are above the 50. We are below the 8 and 21. Definitely caught in a sideways quagmire. What would make me believe that things were over and it was going lower would not be a settlement to about 1.155, where the lower end of that wick is from, about a quarter of the chart away. And uh, up from there, 1.155. So higher than that. Bingo, right in there.
Yeah.
We'd be below the 50, below the line that you drew, which I think is an excellent line, the shaded area, the last one on the chart. But
Yeah.
in prior, independent of that, I still think it looks like a relatively sideways trade. And by the way, so the real relatively sideways trade makes some sense because the dollar still sits just below 100. So it's almost at the point of, does it have enough strength or whatever's happened over the last year to get it back over 100? The answer seems to be no, particularly if we're in a situation where the Fed's going to be lowering rates when there's still a worry of inflation. But can we really, really in good conscience think that the dollar is going to go below 97, 96? Probably not. So to me, it seems like the dollar's caught in a sideways quagmire, and so the euro will be as well. Now, the upside is relatively, I guess it's easy. The second, not the top one, the second one you drew there in there, above a settlement above that, and then some subsequent strength to me means the it's heading back higher again. But I don't. So heading back higher again means the dollar's going to start collapsing, and I don't believe that's going to happen. So I'm not touching the euro right now. What do you think?
I mean, I agree with you that we're sideways for the last 2 weeks,
Yeah.
right? I mean, the moving averages are going sideways. We're sideways, so, and there's going to be some anticipation going on. So I don't know. We'll,
Yeah.
we'll we'll see. I'm neutral. I'm open-minded. I'll say,
Neutral on that chart, particularly. Yeah.
yeah, for sure. All right, we covered a lot of ground, man. By the way, these are great futures trading markets. Everybody who's listening, that's why we're covering them. A lot of liquidity, a lot of volatility, tight bid-ask spreads in most of the markets. Jimmy, it is great seeing you again today. We're going to drop your X handle into the chat.
Appreciate that very much.
Look forward to next week. So thank you for being here with us.
Sure. And tell my girl Tracy I said hello too.
Will do.
See ya.
Shai, we are back. I love Jimmy.
He is fantastic.
You get an opinion, that's for sure. But we have a real special guest coming up here right now. We're going to bring him in. Jerod McDaniel is a rancher and a farmer extraordinaire, and he's going to have some great insights for us into some of these ag markets. Jerod, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good. Thanks for being here with us. I went over some of my cattle charts, and man, we're talking all-time high prices in feeder and live cattle. What is going on?
Well, I think you've got a pretty long story that goes back to about 2020, 21, 22. Cattle prices were kind of in the dumpster after, back in 14 and 15, we had a nice big rally. Everybody got excited, bought into the market, kind of built the herd back up after the overall numbers have been down. And then the market dropped out in 15 and people just kind of rode that thing and kept cattle and really were producing under the cost of production for several years. You had droughts, you had, all the pandemic stuff, you had back into the industry, packers, everybody was making tons of money, but the cow calf operations were suffering. And, people were selling animals. They were kind of, a lot of the herd just disappeared from the country. Some guys just finally said the heck with it and got out. And so we kind of just decimated the herd nationwide. And now we pull into where we're at, basically an overall all-time, the herd's the smallest it's ever, I don't know if it's the smallest it's ever been, but in relative terms, we don't have near enough cattle. And it takes so long to actually bring those numbers back up, because by the time you decide, okay, I'm going to keep a heifer, rebuild the herd, you're still 18 months or 2+ years before that animal could be raised, bred, and then have a calf that enters the market. So you've got this long lag that's kind of built into this thing. So we're at a point where we're just not going to have enough cattle to go around. And then once people begin to keep those heifers off the market, we're still, it just exacerbates the problem. We just keep building up higher and higher. And as a producer, I think a lot of guys are really worried about what happened in 14 and 15. So they're kind of also, that's like PTSD within the producers. They don't want to hold these animals and then have the rug yanked out and they're right back where they started.
Yep.
That makes absolute sense. I kind of want to turn to the grain markets here for a little, because they look pretty bad, right? We have corn did hit, low this year, bouncing a little bit. And certainly wheat's been depressed and soybeans are okay. But that said, how with depressed grain prices, how are farmers surviving? And the other industries, we had John Deere come out and their earnings just a while back and say, their business is affected. They don't see farmers buying equipment anytime soon. So what's going on here? And then also, do we see a turnaround in this market?
Well, I think with as far as the corn and grains and everything, yeah, if you go back and kind of plug in some inflation adjusted numbers, you're talking about like prices worse, and purchasing power of the bushel is probably worse than it was in the 80s. I mean, yeah, it's a full blown dumpster fire. And so, in our operation, we have row crops where we raise corn and wheat, and we also do cattle. And it's kind of one of those scenarios where usually one's up and one's down. And we're in that cycle now where cattle are just, phenomenal, and grains are just horrible on a cash flow standpoint. And when you're actually trying to produce something meaningful, build equity, retire debt, it's a losing battle. For the last year was this way. This year, it kind of follows the same pattern where we start off with somewhat better prices and then just deteriorates all the way through. I don't think you're going to see probably a big turnaround till after you get through harvest. There's talks of big yields and kind of just a glut in what people consider a glut in the American market. Now worldwide, we're still at a pretty tight stocks to use ratios everywhere. And I think a lot of this has just been kind of government. Every time something bad happens, they'll send some more mailbox money, bail out the producers, really just to keep them kind of afloat, because it's one of those things that, left alone to their own devices, this market wouldn't support the producers, and you'd start to. And I do think there's a lot of people that are really struggling with getting refinanced. We're at the basement levels of what is even feasible to sustain an industry. And it's ironic because cattle went through this, like I referenced earlier, from 2020, 21, 22. This is like the exact same scenario playing out within the grain markets. So I kind of foresee that you're going to have break the market, break the producers. And once we get through this kind of bottoming out, probably in 26, 27, you'll have this rally back up to, really, really good grain prices. And I don't know if cattle taper off then. And in my perfect world, they both go up. But, I think that we're definitely at a low point here.
So these aren't substitution foods. So when you're thinking about, the retail appetite for beef is not tapered. I mean, it's still very strong, even with higher prices. Is that, what's the analysis there?
Well, you simply, the kills in the packing houses are coming down. I mean, when people say, are the consumers going to go and switch to pork or chicken or whatever? I think if they were going to do that, they would have already done it. My personal opinion is I think beef itself is probably more price inelastic than a lot of people have believed, or really kind of the narrative of that over the last several decades. Because as the price goes higher, consumption doesn't seem to be breaking down. You've got a lot of, trends that are in with the carnivore diets, any substitute competition. I mean, Beyond Meat, they're about beyond gone, which is, kind of a statement as to what the actual consumer, they want the real product. And the irony is kind of, the cow has been demonized as this climate, destroyer. And I think some of this stuff is just a narrative, is kind of a false narrative that doesn't really hold water in the real world. And so now we're back to like the baseline of we've kind of decimated the herd, reality setting in, like, oh, we actually need this protein. It's one of those things that we can produce it. And now you have a market that's essentially stepping in and saying, hey, how do we bribe producers back into this game? And again, for all the things I referenced earlier, there's a lot of people that are just like, we're holding off. I mean, if interest rates come down, that'll probably help cattle rebuild, because guys are saying, well, if I, go buy this cow and borrow the money, then I've got to service this debt over a certain amount of time. And the irony is, the higher it goes, the harder it is for people to get back in, because now your overhead of just the actually buying the cow is just that much more debt to service to within the, because this animal the market has to stay strong enough for 4 or 5 years to not only pay that cow off, but to get you through far enough along where you're starting to realize the gain off of the investment now.
Yeah, and with the screwworm thing from, with Mexican imports, I mean, it's less than 4% of our total stock. Why is it such a big deal?
Well, I think there's a lot of cattle that come in from Mexico, especially in the southern plains. So those supplies feed into the yards down in Texas, New Mexico, everywhere down south. I think the fear of the screwworm coming in is probably worse than the reality. I mean, this is something that they've dealt with before. I mean, it's not a good problem to have, but I think the fear of it may be worse than the reality. But in the meantime, when you've got a shortage of cattle, you've shut off the supplies coming across the border, which as an American producer, I'm all for that. I think that's helpful in for the domestic producers, in that they, it limits some of the competition that comes in from a cheaper animal source. And I mean, I think that right now the border being closed is a good thing. And if you kind of look at some of the animals coming out, or maybe even the kills, ironically, I think it was about 250, 60 days ago that they shut the border, and that's about the feeding period of an animal. So maybe some of the effects from the initial border closing are just now showing up in the numbers that are going to the kill floor.
Got it.
That makes sense. And then I'm going to talk about, we have a EPA nearing a key decision for the biofuel waivers for oil refiners. And so I know the government proposed an increase in biofuel mandates earlier this year, but we do have a lot of petitions pending for waivers from some of these smaller refineries seeking exemptions. So, for people that don't really understand kind of the biofuel market and what it means for farmers, can you kind of explain what that means and, what this decision would mean for grain producers?
Well, I think, again, the glut of supply that comes through from just the excess production, it has to go somewhere. So a lot of talk about E15 or, some of the other, I think SB 47, 45, so I can't remember the acronyms that go with it. But essentially, if you can divert some more of that excess production into, the ethanol sector, into some of these biofuels, that helps to pick up the slack. It's weird because you have these things that come in at times of depressed prices, and it all makes sense because, hey, we could take this cheap grain, convert it into ethanol, convert it into biofuels, and then all of a sudden that picks up the demand. Maybe exports start going. You kind of create this demand wave that comes in right at the tail end of where overproduction is tapering off. And because production becomes no longer like viable in a lot of sense, you have acreage cuts. You'll have this kind of violent, upswing as all these factors kind of confluence right at the end of these bottoming outs. So, I mean, it would be a good thing for producers, but in the long run, we've got to find export markets. You have to find something to do with all these. And, again, with cattle and livestock being very profitable, they're eating and feeding as much as they can for as long as they can. So we'll continue to feed into those markets. But I think also getting exports, getting biofuels, anything you can do to just chew through the oversupply, eventually will help these markets. But it's a lag effect once policy finally gets passed.
Forgive my ignorance for this next question. Do a lot of the producers, do the producers do both cattle and grains, or is it just a segregated industry?
I think many decades ago there were a lot more people that were diverse and did livestock and grain. I think that's the exception rather than the norm now. A lot of people kind of people were more farmers. They would get rid of their livestock and they went straight to row crop. Or a lot of the rancher side is more of traditional, where you have grasslands. It's kind of segregated by region, so it's more split kind of on a timeline. I don't know, maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, and it's just continued to widen. But yeah, I definitely say that there's not a lot of people that carry both buckets at the same time. So, I mean, I'm fortunate in that we do both of them and have, as long as I've been here, and then even our ranch is coming up on 120 years. So over the course of multiple generations, we've maintained farming and ranching. And, the two, you can kind of see the dance that they go back and forth. And, they're very much intertwined, but then disconnected at the same point. So, and I think the further disconnect is that segregation. Now you have people that are just farmers that would benefit greatly from having the livestock side. And so ironically, it may be like you, when you have to force that back together, guys that can't get enough of the grain. So they have to walk it off the farm by running cattle or turning to a farmer feeder operation. So some of that changes have to happen structurally within the industry to kind of compensate for some of that.
Wow. So Shai, we got about a minute left. Any last minute thoughts for Jerod?
Yeah, let's talk about, we have this tariff trade war sort of with China that's on hold. Obviously, China buys a lot of grain. So how is that affecting the market? And, do we still see China buying U.S. grains? And will they continue to buy, or have we seen them kind of pull back?
They basically have went to Brazil for most of their soybeans, and they haven't purchased hardly any corn. The last time we gotten these gluts, China stepped in and they bought a bunch, and now we've got, the exports are really good in most areas. We're shipping a lot of, our grain in America is cheap enough to go about anywhere. So if we were to somehow get some kind of a issue, resolved with the tariffs or make a trade agreement, like it's not baked into the cake yet. So if they come in and they start buying, that would be, it would be amazing. It would be great for the market. And I think that, one of these events will eventually kind of trip the wire. And once you kind of, again, carve out a bottom, then I think you'll see a lot of funds that are massively short grains, and they're all the same funds are massively long livestock. I mean, you might have a flip of that where, now they're going to get short livestock and long grains, and based upon something like China, we were able to step in and sell them grain.
Wow. Jerod, great stuff. We're up against time. We're going to drop your X handle into the chat. Everybody follow Jerod McDaniel. Great stuff. Appreciate you being on here with us this morning. It's great talking to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tracy, I could sit down and have a beer with that guy every 5 minutes. He was awesome.
Yep, he's a great guy. Known him for years.
Wow, fantastic. Well, thank you, Tracy. We will see you later on today for Hot Commodities.
All right, I'll see everybody in the chat.
Pharm is in the house. Pharm, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Jimmy. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. We got the Diamondbacks going. We got the navy blue Farm Capital shirt on today. Is that telling me anything I need to know?
That's what was clean, Jim. That's what was clean. So definitely didn't want to wear red or green. Algos tend to go a little crazy on that. So, and we'll have to see how today goes. We're coming into a pretty key structural location on ES, really and NQ. Pretty important day. And we'll get into that on some of the profiles. I don't want to swing the algos one way or another.
All right, before we get into your charts, real quickly, I have a daily mini S&P chart up, and as you know, I've started tracking the monthly for the month of August volume profile here, just to kind of see where the volume nodes are and where price happiness is. And we're kind of in the middle, right? We have this point of control way up here. I'll just call it 64, 65-ish. And then we have another competing point of control way down here. It's kind of hidden by my candle a little bit, 64.11. We're kind of in the middle, although we're kind of leaning toward the bottom side of it. And then we also have this 38.1% retracement. This is just a fib I started from when this rally kind of started down here. Beginning of August again, everything's jiving with August. And so it's kind of a textbook kind of right now, it's just a textbook retracement. But I got to ask you, is it more than that?
Yeah, that's hard to say. I don't necessarily think so yet. I mean, it's all going to depend on NQ, right? I mean, ES is barely down, at all. But NQ's been kind of hammered quite a bit. I mean, you saw yesterday, into and at the open, like the Dow was just screaming higher. In ES, like you saw that difference between ES and NQ structurally. Yeah. I think some of the guys on the live stream are talking about it too. That was just a little bit bizarre where, ES was nearing a breakout at one point, up there at the 64.75, 64.77, which is a key area for us, whereas NQ was like dead. So it's been very interesting. And I really think all that this comes down to is there's clearly a big seller in the NQ tape that just needs to get out for whatever reason, reduce exposure to higher beta, whatever it is. And once that seller's done, then the seller's done. And so if that seller is not done, then it's just going to be hard, for ES as well to find its feet. But like for now, seems relatively routine. And the big question, since you've got the monthly profile up, keep that up there. So like to me, the big picture is, do we continue to build volume and find acceptance below, let's say, the top edge of that central distribution, which is basically right at my 64.31 to 64.35 spot. If you just like a single level, you could go with 36. Like, do we continue to build volume there? Suggesting that the volume higher has potentially been rejected, and then do we, get a move lower? We haven't quite crossed that central distribution to the downside, which would put us around 63.75 to 63.80s, give or take. And as of now, we've held basically, kind of the bottom of what I'm using as, I call it a support or a demand area within this central distribution. And so the question is, do we just kick right back out and find acceptance back into that upper distribution? And if so, then, yesterday was just a big LOL. But, if we remain trapped down below, say 64.36, for example, and then proceed through the overnight low, then it starts to look a little bit more tenuous, and you just have to wait a little bit longer. But as of now, I mean, yeah, it's a pretty routine pullback. NQ on a cash hours basis, you could choose QQQ or an NQ 24-hour RTH chart that's not back adjusted. I mean, it has closed below its 21 EMA once since reclaiming it, and that was the first, and it was a giant trap. And it's like right there, if you don't back adjust or you just use QQQ. So, this is the spot where I'm definitely mindful of the potential for traps, and I just still really think it just all matters. The only thing that matters is whether this NQ selling is done or not, because the rest of the market looks fine to me completely. And we're barely down on ES.
Yeah. Let's shoot over to check out your charts.
Yeah, so I'm going to just starting with that same box again, and this area here you can see which drove the lift and the breakout, right? So this was the breakout day on the 12th. And the cash hours low of that day on ES was 64.08 half. Well, where's the overnight low? 64.09, right? So it's a pretty deep trap if this is to be a trap, from a technical basis, my perspective. But the breakout day has not yet been invalidated. And so that's why I say this is kind of a key sort of structural area that we're coming into within that central distribution you had on that monthly profile, where it's a little deeper than you'd like to see for like a trap, but from a technical perspective, we haven't even invalidated last Tuesday. So there's nothing too crazy to worry about here, and I do think if that is lost and offered, we're coming back down, like I said, 63. I mean, I guess we could hold 63.92 to 96 again. I'll drill into my 30, but I more favor, I would say, like 75 to 83 range. And that sort of from that monthly profile was, would threaten then that lower distribution on the monthly volume profile, and would look kind of iffy from there. So to me, it's all about this overnight low, and it's kind of the same thing on NQ. I mean, NQ, if it loses like these low 300s, I'm using 285 to 298, 285 to 298. I'm like, if it loses that, it's probably got another couple hundred handles, honestly, pretty fast, maybe even. So today's a big day. And, I pull up the weekly profiles because, again, it begs the question. We've got, last week's volume from the primary distribution is trapped overhead. This week's, the early part of the week, trapped overhead. And we're just sort of coming into this area and filling out, the upper edge of last week's kind of lower distribution, right? And so to me, if we continue to build this volume out and we build a clean lower distribution here on ES for this week, then it's a little bit more bearish, right? But if sellers fail to do that, and we simply just reclaim this 64 again, you can call it 36 if you want to use a single level. I'm using 31 to 35. If we reclaim that, then it opens a retracement of some relatively thin structure from yesterday. I don't necessarily see this as like a super clean, quick rotation from 35 up to like the 51 back test from below. But it's probably what you're going to get if buyers are able to base above, again, 36. Call it the overnight high. Like, it's a pretty good location. Again, the overnight range is at a very good location today for bias. I think you can trade two ways within it. If 31 to 35 remains offered, I think you're generally finding rotational trades down towards yesterday's low. And I think, any failed pushes from sellers through, let's say, 16 to 19, or really like the overnight low, maybe even a quick sweep, look below and fail the overnight low, then I think you can find rotations back up towards 61.30, 61.35. So I think, for me today, I'm looking to take just good day trades. And then I want to see how we build out this potential lower distribution on this weekly profile, or, if today or, maybe tomorrow or something, we just kind of rip back out of here. And again, it was just a giant LOL. So very, very key structural locations, and your overnight range is perfect on ES.
Yeah, I mean, I like that distribution that you're pointing out right there for the weekly. I mean, it's only Wednesday. It's in volume's been pretty weak. Although this morning, and I'm using this plugin that Mike Burke built for us. Based on the 8-day average, we are at this point in time about 117% above that 8-day average on volume. So maybe there's going to be some, now that we have three, red days in a row, maybe, there's some eyebrows are being raised here, and we're going to see some more activity from a volume point of view.
Yeah, I mean, you look at ES like yesterday, volume was like, nah. I mean,
Yeah.
so so far it seems like, maybe nothing. And it's, there's no irreparable damage done, at all. Certainly on ES, again, it's like barely down
Yeah.
at all. So I don't see a whole lot of excitement just yet. I think those that, watched the big short over the weekend need to wait and see again, like how this potential lower distribution on this weekly profile plays out. Because to me, the continuation short, like if they're going to set up something for continuation lower next week or Friday, would be, again, continuing to build out volume down here. Your daily below 6430s, for those that aren't looking at the screen, your daily continues to frame lower. We're taking out, prior day lows, building volume lower. Then I start to look for, maybe next week, some kind of reach up in here above 35 that fails. And maybe I look to short that back down for some kind of a small swing. But as of now, like sentiment changes very, very quickly with price, right? So you get one down day, especially with how oppressive NQ was. And it was oppressive yesterday, the offer.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get bearish. I'm not saying that I'm like outright bullish or anything, but I think today, tomorrow, Thursday, ahead of Jackson Hole, really the order of business is taking good day trades at good locations and managing that bias, and then see how this profile ends up closing. And we'll have a little more information about this profile tomorrow and the next day, so we can talk about that. But as of now, I think key area, again, you can call it the overnight high and the overnight low, but for me, I am likely to try to fish for longs on any failure below the overnight low, or even any kind of a retest maybe. We will need to reclaim yesterday's cash hours low, which was 19 and a quarter, just above the 16 to 19 spot. So I'm probably fishing for longs there. I'm probably fishing for shorts on failed pushes through here. And then we just see which side wins, right? So that's a way that I feel, executing a good location at an edge can make money in a trade and still be wrong, and your runners stop out or what have you.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty neutral, I suppose, leaning slightly bearish. But again, like if that NQ selling is done, then it's going to end up just retracing somewhat quickly. But NQ really needs back up above 600. Left some single prints yesterday, 600 to actually a little lower than 600 up to 622s. So like it's got some more technical damage. So, NQ remaining below, 500, let's say, give or take, is similar to ES remaining below 6430. So more damage on NQ. ES is, not that bad yet.
Yeah. Well, you called it yesterday. I mean, you were talking about, hey, it'd be a flush out to the downside would be good here, and then a build back up to some higher levels. And so far, so good. So far, you're right on point. The poll in the chat today, 33% bullish, 40% bearish, and 27% neutral. So a little bit balanced on the poll.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And that's right. For those that weren't here yesterday, look, I mean, these liquidations, and you see it all over, Twitter or whatever, right? People just got hammered on their momentum names. These are like, if you're experiencing pain on swing positions and you're like at the 21 EMA on daily, like you might have been a little bit over leveraged, right? And so that's what a lot of this is, right? It's just separating some of these weaker over leveraged hands from their shares in individual equities, their contracts, for swing ES traders. And it gives fresh buyers a chance that are looking to buy, at say the 21 EMA, just as an example, on a given equity or equity index, whereas you have others that are panicking at that spot. So really draws in fresh new money potentially to then buy this dip. And again, we saw very clearly the exhaustion up there above 64 or 60s. Like, buyers were defending. No interest in lifting, no interest or ability, I suppose. Very, very weak. If you're a bull, you want them out. You wanted them to puke that. And now give a chance again for some new, stronger money to pick up these contracts and rip it higher. So liquidations are very bullish to me in the end once they're done. So we'll see if it's done today.
Awesome stuff as usual, Pharm. Appreciate you, especially early in the morning. Looking forward to talking again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. We'll see you tomorrow.
By the way, special shout out before we go any further. Special shout out, Engineer Bear. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. But more importantly, Bunny Bear. I'm doing another shout out for Bunny Bear. We did one yesterday. We got to do one today. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate the thumbs up. And we really, really appreciate the subscriptions too. So it doesn't cost any money. Click on that thing. And we greatly, greatly appreciate it. Thanks for being a part of the community here, everybody in the chat. We greatly, greatly appreciate that. But right now, it is time. It is that time. It is Wednesday. And we are trading the close with Trader Kane.
Jim's wishing the trading day away.
That's the second time this week I said trade the close instead of trade the open.
We can
I don't
trade
know
the
what's
close,
on
Jim.
my mind this week, man.
We're just a couple of hours early. Yeah, we can trade the close because I can't imagine the open's going to be fun today. So actually, the close has been bad all week, so it's pretty boring.
I think I just have my Sicily trip on my mind. I'm going in a couple of weeks, and I'm ready for it, brother.
Trying to see the back of the markets. I don't blame you, man. It's Sicily sounds nice though, very nice actually. Yeah, market's been tough, eh? Like it's I just made a joke on Twitter that this time last week I got stopped to the tick, all-time high on my short, and now we're a couple of 100 points rotating lower. So just a few.
So wait, you were stopped out at the high tick?
Yeah, last Wednesday. Literally, we were looked for shorts at like 9:35, and then last Wednesday on here, it just ticked me out, gave me the reoffer. Busy messing around with chat, and missed it, and we just went down. We've been basically down since. So yeah, it was just funny.
Well, I'm glad you have a good sense of humor.
Yeah, it's annoying actually, but what can I do? There's always another trading day, Jim. So
I know. It's funny how it happens though. It's funny how I don't know. In my experience, it's like, all right, I'll get stopped out at the high tick, but I never get my profit target at the high tick. You know what I mean? I always miss it instead of getting it.
Yeah. It's just what it is, right? It's just what it is. But yeah, what a market, man! Like this market's been good for me. I mean, last Wednesday was rough for me. It was kind of like coming off the back of a heater. I caught most of this move up, and then I was just basically trying shorts in around here. Kind of got stomped here, and then I was like, this is just gonna buy back up and give me a short, and I just bought into all of these lows, and then just basically ruined my day, ruined my momentum week. But luckily for me, I caught most of it back down on the way back down. This was quite a nice move into a pivotal level. And yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those timings and markets. It's always like a week like Jackson Summit or Jackson Hole, whatever you want to call it, and then and the market's in a pivotal point, and it's like the event and the market being in this spot just kind of says to me like, like I was kind of risk off on most of my personal account. I'm actually just waiting for money to hit the personal account so we can actually trade today. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty boring. And then yeah, just right now, this kind of little buyback into the overnight session, I don't really trust it. NQ selling off so hard, like Pharm said. Really, it could go a lot lower from here, and it could go a lot higher. And this is just, I'm just trying to wait for the rotation to either play, and I'll just get on board with it and try and run with it. Keeping my targets very short, because this could just, run lower and immediately rebalance and run higher if they just suddenly the the sellers are out of the game. It's taken a lot for them to get it down here, you know?
Yeah. No, I like the fact that you don't trust it. I'm looking at the volume right now, and NQ and micro NQ are both tracking 150% give or take of the volume at this point in the day based on an 8-day average. So in my mind right now, there's going to be some more participation today. And so when you said I don't trust the move, I concur with that because when that bell rings, I think these traders are going to be here today.
Yeah, I mean, look, yesterday, I think these sellers really caught everyone off guard, right? They just absolutely sold this straight out of the open, and then it just never looked back. You know, they gave this kind of re-offer, they gave buyers a chance and just sold straight into them, and then literally just slowed down all day. And then, you know, overnight, we've just basically made this low that I don't necessarily like a whole bunch, and now they're just buying it back. And I think that this whole move could get raised with the open if we're not careful, right? So, yeah, have you been looking at any other assets other than indices? Obviously, I'm an indices guy, but um, anything else in the market catching your eye at the moment?
You know, when you hang out with Tracy as much as I do,
Yeah,
you need to look at other other markets.
yeah,
Crude oil right now is kind of driving toward a 60 handle maybe. So I've been looking at crude oil a lot. We're in the October contract right now. And then, I look at bonds a lot. So the Treasury bonds right now are, I don't know, they're a little equivocal, 114 handle. And, the yields are still between this 4.8 and 5.0 level as well. So, but they're both great, really tradable markets, both the bonds and the crude oil. We're going to talk more about gold later on today, along with probably some of the other precious metals as well.
okay, interesting. I'll
Yeah.
be sure to tune
By the
in.
way, though, have you traded any of the crypto currency futures?
No, Jim. So I just probably not, you probably don't know this, but I used to trade crypto quite a lot. Not mainly, not via CME futures, but um, on FTX, and we know how that went. And I lost a lot of money, not through any fault of bad trading. It was just I lost a lot of money of it. I'm in the process of still recouping quite a lot of that via the claims, etc. But since then, I've just literally I turned my back on it completely. Why? What are you going to tell me? Bitcoin rotating lower?
No, I'm just I mean, I've been talking about this for 2 weeks now. I'm just fascinated with the micro ether futures. I mean,
What's the
we've
ticker?
it's MET. That's the micro. It has 133,000 contracts. You should see the August contract up. And it's just I'm trying to get my head around it because we've been talking Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin for a long, long period of time, right? Months and months. And now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this micro ether contract, 133,000 contracts traded already, and we haven't had a bell ring yet.
Yeah, but it's because these crypto dudes are just trading this stuff 24/7, right? And if they get institutional capital or any sort of serious capital, they're just going to look to de-risk that by some futures book and trade it there. They'll just trade this stuff all day, bro. They'll just do it. And also, I would guess they can trade it on chain and via here, and they can accumulate a volume on chain and get rebates and hedge with the positions here and make real money here. So they can basically farm fees on chain and make money. There's like a whole world of people that just create volume on it on chain just to get money. Like I know people that leverage their money, 20, 30x just to create volume and hedge. And then all they do is they just farm the cash back on it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like a crazy, honestly, the surface level of crypto is like so like, oh yeah, everyone trades it. Like half of the volume on crypto is just fake volume, just to hold it up or keep it down or, you know, to a position or whatever. Everyone is farming rebates on crypto. It's crazy. So like you see like this random contract that's that just random shit coin. Let's not say like micro ether or whatever, but just some random coin you've never heard of that's not listed anywhere. Suddenly it has like the most volume for the day. It's because they're offering like increased cashback rewards on people that trade that contract for a certain time. So um you can get trapped into trading awful stuff, and you are very much a small fish in a big pond there because the amount of money in crypto is just stupid, and there's just these people have five brain cells that they'll do anything and anything just to make a buck.
Well, from my point of view, it's on the futures markets here, whether you're involved with the cash, with other cryptos or not, they're tradable markets. They
Yeah.
chart, they're tradable markets. There's some correlation between risk on, risk off, some correlation between the equity markets. So, and then you could position trade. You could hold on to these things if you think, well, Bitcoin's going to 1 million. You know,
Yeah, just buy it now and DCA into it or whatever. Yeah, look, I do see the value in the futures contracts, especially in the crypto space. Once bitten, twice shy, brother. To be honest with you, I just, you know, I make enough money trading indices. Don't want to get greedy and get back into the whole crypto gig. I know people that absolutely kill it, and all the props to them. It just doesn't interest me, mate. But yeah, I mean, the volume recently that's been traded on them is obviously crazy. So there's obviously a shift somewhere. But from what I do know about crypto and that, it just seems like it's a really good way to hedge against on chain. That would be my initial go to if I suddenly the CME were like, hey, you can trade full Ether contracts. I'm like, okay, the margin requirements on chain for Ethereum are lower. I can hedge my spot positions. I can leverage my spot positions against my on chain, and I can farm fees. So it's just like this way to leverage capital, which is obviously not great, to make more money on the basis that this thing just does nothing or goes nowhere, or I'm hedged correctly. But makes sense, and I hope the people that are trading it just are making an absolute killing. I just want everyone to win. So.
yeah. I hear you. Well, I mean, and you got some really big players doing ETFs right now, so they're going to have to
Oh,
participate.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you know, Kraken, Coinbase, those guys are all trying to chase to share prices, IPOs, etc. Everyone's trying to be different and more exciting and appeal to wider markets, and there'll be a lots of I'm guessing there'll be lots of different ways to trade different markets on these, I guess, multi-marketed companies soon, which would be interesting. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So one last bit of housekeeping here, man. We've got a move afoot. This is slowly moving forward. This November F1 Las Vegas. I got Shy is
Yeah.
on board.
Yeah, okay.
I have Shab asking questions about it. She's key to this whole thing.
Oh,
So
okay.
I just wanted to kind of remind you, plant that bug in your ear again. I think it's the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I don't know that. Remember, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, so that day means nothing to me. I don't even know what date Thanksgiving is. I have to Google that. Um, so it's F1 Vegas, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Jim, I'm in. Whatever, it's 23rd of November. That's good with me because, like I said, my birthday's at the start of November. I'm going to the Maldives for a couple of weeks, and I'll get back and I'll go straight to the F1. Sounds kind
All
of
right.
nice to
And
me, Jim. I'm in.
XYZ's a probable with There's a Mrs. XYZ apparently, and she's also in.
There's definitely a Mrs. XYZ. There's no problem about that. Yeah. I will convince him. He's easily convinced, to be honest, Jim. Don't tell him I said that, but he is.
All right, man. Well, listen, greatly appreciate you being here today with us on NinjaTrader Live. I'm going to dip over into the chat and wish you the best of luck should you find an opportunity and make some trades.
Appreciate you, brother. See you
All right,
soon.
man. You too. Thanks.
Chat, how are we? I have some bad news, chat. I'm waiting for a deposit to hit my NinjaTrader account. So until that happens, I cannot take a trade. The only thing I'll be trading is props right now on my TraderBase screen. Oi, oi. So yeah, that's what I'm currently waiting for. The account balance is currently 0. WWE Kane. Like I haven't heard that joke 400 million times. Um, FOMC today. It's FOMC. Yeah, it's FOMC minutes. Ruh-roh. Jackson Hole. Yeah. Funded next. Prop going. We requested 3. The third payout last night. And then so that takes me up to 9, 18, 27K or minus 3% or whatever it is because they charge like a 3% withdrawal fee. Taking it up to that, and then yeah, so we're 3 out of 5. I need to start pushing the foot down though. But last Wednesday, I really dug a hole on a lot of my props, right? A lot of you guys were here. What did I do? I shorted basically the top of the market, and after the market just punished me by running without me, I kind of chased the bottom, chat. Basically, everything I shouldn't do, I kind of chased the bottom, was trying to carry that momentum play and basically convince myself this wasn't a rotation. I should be positioned into the downside. I should be positioned into the upside. And every single, push up, I tried to grab a small piece and just got immediately slapped in the face and just kind of almost cut myself to death. So I dug a bit of a hole on the prop accounts last Wednesday. Luckily, the personal account took a small L and moved on with it. Just literally withdrew the money. Hence why I'm back now, waiting for the money to hit. And then yeah. So basically, the last week I spent digging myself out of that. I got to the point where I could request a payout because I needed to get out of the hole. I requested the payout just to make sure I get paid, and then yeah, now we're back on the road. So I've got 2 more payout windows until I can request the lot. Which, to be honest, I'll just build a little bit of a buffer, use that buffer to make a bigger buffer, and then take the 2 payouts from that. And then after that, we'll probably try and run it up as much as we can in 5-6 weeks, and then, 5-6 days, because there's no way they're going to let me hold on to them for too long. They'll move me to live. And then we'll go from there. And that's it. Tradeify got moved to live. That money is there actually. We could potentially use that today. And then what else? Funding ticks accounts, they're basically passed now. I got a trade on them this morning. And then Lucid accounts, they're just straight funded. I'm just struggling with them, to be honest. And that's because it's completely my fault. Nothing to do with Lucid. Great company, and they've announced a lot of changes recently. So you should definitely check those guys out. And their live program, their new live changes, looks pretty good. But yeah, I'm just struggling with the platform that they're on. In a couple of weeks, that won't be a problem. So yeah, and then we'll go from there. I think that's kind of it, really, to be honest with you, chat. I think that's really all the prop journey. I'm thinking about grabbing some more accounts from other firms. Not really sure. Don't really want to do take profit trader. Been holding off on that, despite the sale, whatever. My funded futures I've already done, but I might go back. We'll see. And then that's it, really. Alpha futures, maybe. We'll see. If we get bored of the rest of them. But there's so much to trade, right? So much competition in the prop space right now. These are not Ray-Bans. These are from a brand called... these actually aren't from that brand. I'm about to lie. I bought these in Saint-Tropez off of a market stall because I lost my pair. That's it. I actually don't know. And I definitely overpaid for them. But they're pretty nice. Yeah, they are from a Lucky Man, probably. No, they're not actually. I bought them out of a shop. They're just the store. The store is outside of a sunglasses shop. I definitely overpaid for them. They're okay. They're not awful, Any NQ strategy for today? I mean, you really want to fade this right now? Look, they front run this low on both assets by a couple of ticks in the overnight session. That stuff's got to go. Yeah, I've got some Moscot glasses. My green ones are Moscot. So if you see me with the green lenses, they're Moscot. How much capital is the max in Ninja to trade with to not be institutional level? Oh, I don't know. Millions. You could have millions in there and not be institutional. I don't know the exact number if they have a number on it. So yeah, bias is short, but who knows? We'll see. We could just run out of here. But did I long yesterday at 10:30? No, I don't think I did. I did actually. Yeah, you're right. I shorted before. So we shorted into this 945 high yesterday. Here. Yeah, we were short here into this low. And then we tried a long here at 10:45. And we got smacked. And then I just left it alone. So yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing the low, and then we could come back for this. Like, realistically, I'm probably looking a bit greedy today. Take it 300 points, like 100 points lower to take it 200 points up, maybe ish. 100 lot NQES is their cutoff for institutional. I'm gonna be honest. I've not traded 100 contracts on NinjaTrader, so I don't know. The end. Maybe someone else can do that. Can I do Bitcoin? Sadly, not. I don't trade Bitcoin, so no Bitcoin analysis from me today. $550 coming. I wouldn't mind 550s. I would short 550s into the low if we got it. Or maybe I wouldn't actually. I don't think I would short 550s into the low. I'd probably short 550s into 440s, like 100-point correction off of that. Gold. No gold today. My data is I've moved money somewhere. So my data, I haven't subscribed to the gold data on this one. So it's just NQ, just CME data. What about 588? Yeah, it's probably too high for me. I want to see 550s respected if we go up. What's your strategy for Greg Steak and Bake? Let it cool down or risk third-degree burns? Gosh, that's a fucking good question, Sean. I normally just bite the corner, and then is there molten lava inside or not? If there is, then we have to wait. Wasn't it supposed to be XYZ this morning? Yeah, I can just fuck off if you want, and I can wake up XY if you guys want him instead of me. I'm good with that. You want that? Can I show you my fib anchor levels? No, I'm just kidding. My fib anchor levels, I don't have any fibs on my chart right now. In fact, the only drawing I think I have is this that you can see. Everything else is, and there's a couple of things in here. But other than that, yeah, there's 3 of the 5 drawings. There you go. Look, this is the only drawing that's on my chart right now. I don't have any fibs drawn. This is just, yeah, this is just this. Wow, this guy wants X. You know what? Where's XYZ? Let's wake him up. Let's get him on here, chat. Mr. XY. XYZ's sleeping, bro. That guy's sound asleep. He doesn't want to get up and out of bed to see you guys. He just doesn't. Just harsh facts, That's why he trades the PM session. Or he's on after me, or whoever. He's sleeping. Man's deep in his dreams. Do I trade currencies? Nah. I'm basically just NQ. Just love that. I just love NQ so much. Me and NQ, he's never up before. I'd be Your friend Bobby's asking how to make $1 million today. If you, I don't know. It's a tough question, isn't it? That's the golden question. If someone finds the answer to that, let me know. And if that involves shorting NQ, that's why go for 1? We'll go for 5. Right? NQ. Honestly, it's a really pivotal point. This daily level over here that you see here, this was kind of my low area that I want to see trade into. You see how this structure below and then up, retest this previous area. I could see this fly from here to here, but I don't know. If you want to make 1 million, if you want to walk away with $1 million today, start with 2. Yeah. I think everyone made the same joke. It's your strategy. In your strategy, when the trend is bearish, do you notice correction only up to 25% and then a continuation of the trend? No. Is my premium discount indicator drawn correctly? Yes, it is. Thank you, though. Appreciate you. All of this was correctly balanced. And then takes the low, Trades in 50%, 5-minute mid, trades lower, doesn't come back in. I'm pretty sure it's correct. Is this EQ indicator available somewhere in 2 degrees, or is this my own? It's not available anywhere, and it's my own. If you want to buy it off me, you can buy it off me for $1 million. That's the quickest way to make $1 million. Sell your indicator. You know what? There is 1,170 of us. If we all do that, we can all just like give the $1 million cumulatively to each other, and then whoever started with it can just end up with it. And we all made and lost $1 million today. Think smarter. Bonjour. Break even trading. Everyone past 10 to your left. I'll be the guy on the end though. Yeah. If we're all okay with that, I'll be the guy on the end. What's the word, brother? Yeah. So overall, chat, I don't really know what we can really expect here. ES is grinding up. NQ's really looking a bit heavier than anything else. You know, they don't like NQ right now, and if they suddenly don't like ES, oof, we could be in for a ride. Double it and give it to the next person. Sure. Greetings from Manny. Greetings from somewhere else. That's a cool watch. This is a Whoop. That's what this is. It's not a watch. How many people in the chat? There's 1,218 people. Kane, most people recommend not risking more than 10% per trade trading props with your personal accounts. Now, do you keep 1 to 3% risk per strategy per trade? Not really. My personal accounts are just a bit different. I just have a max stop, not a max loss on the day. Really. If I'm down and, you know, I'm out, I'm down and out. I don't really like to cheat on that number. That's really one of the only rules I'm pretty good at staying at. Like no matter what, I very, 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 very rarely break on my, and if I on my max daily loss, and if I do, it's by a couple of, you know, maybe $100, $200. It's never by like a couple of thousand or whatever. As soon as I get to that max daily loss, I just call it a day. I just know so many times when you could just go down the rabbit hole into Wonderland, and suddenly you wake up on a Tuesday, you're down a lot of money, and you're like, fuck, if I just didn't trade yesterday, I'd be in such a better position. And then you climb out of it, and then you realize, wow, if I didn't dig the hole so deep, I'd be so much higher. And it's just like you just learn over time to just stop doing that. Well, I can make a milli selling my indicators. Yeah, fair. How many trades would you play daily? 2 to 3. It really depends. Context is important. It's not like, I think people trip themselves up when they're like, I only trade once and I only risk $1,000. Cool. So what happens if the day just presents itself where you could have traded 20 times because the model just picture perfectly appeared and you sat around and did nothing with it? Then what? Like there are some days where I just click the button more with more money and make more money. And there are some days I click the button more with less money and I lose more money. Context is important. I've got a minute and a half coming up into the open now. And we'll see. ES is kind of opening up towards that, you know, current overnight high-ish area. Actually, they're both kind of opening up towards that area. This is NQ at overnight high. ES is also, yeah, similar. Proper counts. Is the risk percentage based on the drawdown or the capital made available? Well, popular to contrary belief. The amount of capital is irrelevant. Drawdown's actually the thing that matters, isn't it? Today's going to suck. Yeah, maybe. I did see that 4-hour imbalance. It's kind of leaning me a little bit bullish. You're right. Closed here, traded down, buying back up. Not on ES though, nothing on ES, but ES does have this, which is just holding up this, you know, 420s level. Do you get anxious for the opening bell? No, because I just don't really I don't really care about the opening bell that much. I care about this. What's on the chart for me right now? On the 4-hour chart, no solid. This low for me is not great. I want to see another wick in here somewhere. This high looks pretty good. We opened lower on the 4-hour, opened lower, rebalanced. Pivotal level in here. This low didn't get taken on ES or NQ. Yeah, I can see it. I can see them just selling it. We'll see. Magic number 23286. We'll see. We'll see. They like it yesterday, so we will see. Oh, let's go. We need ES to close like this, then boom, longs. Maybe. Hmm. Think it looks awful. Selling it. Who's going to sell it today? Off the open. Not me. I'm not. ES opening up at the highs. Pretty nice though. This 5 minutes holding, yeah. It's also off that hourly high. It's kind of crazy. Hourly high, 4-hour high, holding, bang. Your risk off now, expecting the low. You know, kind of said it with Jim just now. Like, could take a long time to build all this up for us to just wipe it out of the open. It might be horrible, but I'm not that keen on getting into something like this. Wanted to say that, but not get involved pre-market. Yeah, exactly. If ES just rips here, right, let's just say that ES just rips. What's NQ gonna do? That it's just, yeah. I'm not big enough or strong enough or rich enough to put huge size on at the open. I just get slapped about like a rag doll. It'd just be horrible. Don't enjoy it. Been burnt enough too many times. How do you make your chart change the time frame automatically when you open the split screen mode? Up here. Sorry, my Zoom thing is currently. So up here, you do interval crosshair, and then it just syncs. I don't know. Mine just syncs automatically. I think it's this one actually. Yeah, time interval. That's what I have. No, I literally never check YM. All my homies hate YM. 4-hour might close bearish as C2. Yeah, I mean, that's why we wait for 10, right? We got this to the side. We get a wick in here. It's going to be horrible. Really, what I want to see that with 10. But we'll see. I mean, I just have to play what I'm given. I can't get involved. Hopefully we get this 5-minute mid that we've been getting. Do I trade the lagging indicator? Like what? Which one? What's the lagging indicator? 6 a.m. reversal, 10 a.m. continuation. It might look like that, yeah. Which, to be honest, would be horrible. Sean, I pretty much go to the gym till 10 most days, so I'm not back from the gym till 10. Anyone else short that previous day low? Nah. That's actually like the complete opposite of what I would do with previous day lows. I typically look to re-long support off of previous day lows. And right now, ES is holding up this previous day low level pretty well. What was it? Easy 50-point scalp. Yeah, we don't trade breakouts. Yeah. I know. I just don't care about NQ previous day low, especially when ES is holding up its previous day low, because then this just lags, right? And if this plays well, then we get 10 a.m. open, do something like this, and this does that, I will buy this to here. Yeah, I mean, look, we can expect it to suck. We had a nice clean day last couple of days, so we can expect it to suck a little bit. Oh, last Wednesday, Source Energy, it was horrible. I just tried to pick every bottom on every low, and I just traded way more than I should have. It wasn't like crazy. It wasn't like crazy tilt, but it's like the closest. Just it was tilt in my head. I should have just walked away. Yeah, this week I'm chilling. To be honest, I had a good Monday. I had a good Tuesday. I really caught a winner this morning. Um, Basically shorted this 6 a.m. high into this low and this low. Break even fully out, and then fully out here creates a new high. And then now this is just looking sell-offy into this. Sell-offy. You know what I mean? I just don't really look for anything now, Justin. I just wait for 10, like 9.50. I'll start to really look at price and go from there. I'm just waiting for this money to hit my account. It's on. Boost with TMD now. Oh yeah, we're on to that. Market structure. Yeah, but ES is like what's weak about, like, if we just look at this specific bit of price, would you look to suddenly be like, yeah, this is going to zero? I don't know. I think this just gets bought off at this low, buys back up, creates a new high, and then then we punish everyone at 10 maybe. That for me would be nice. Ash, ever since cracking the quiet NT, the deposit has been taking 3 to 4 days. That's not true. I mean, this one is a bit longer, but that's definitely not true. I've been depositing, within 24 hours. This was my fault. The deposit was late from me. That was all. What movement do you see YM making today? Bullish or bearish? I couldn't care, brother. I just don't trade YM. What do I reckon the max you can get paid out by Apex is? I'd be shocked if they allowed someone to run up 5 mil. I'd be shocked. But Apex, if you're listening, we could try. If you just want to, give me like 70 days, 75, we can run it back. The chat want to see that. I think. I'd hope so. 70 days. I'll go live every day, except for 12 hours a day. If you give me the accounts back, give me 70 days to do it. I'm not in any positions right now on prop or on personal. How do you find out about using the profile indicator? Do you find it by yourself or a friend? I have no idea what profile indicator you're on about, my boy. Give a mil to each viewer. What, you think I'm going to run up 1.3 bill? I think I'm good on that front. If I run up 1.3 bill, no, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to say it. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Can't say it. Hasta la vista. Yeah, you never see me again, that's for sure. Honestly, like, I don't even need a bill. Give me 50 mil liquid. I'm out. I'm out. Like, you just wouldn't see me again. Just for the day, Paulio. Yeah. Like, overall, it's a max week loss, but like, I don't really cheat on my daily loss, and I definitely don't really get to my week loss. Man, with your skill, why don't you join a hedge fund and manage 8 to 9 figs? It's a good question. It's a really good question. Find a guy. Find a guy that's willing to give me 8, 9 figs, and we'll split the profits. Only 50 mil, bro. You literally. I'm just saying this as if someone really sat down and explained to you what you can do with 50 mil. What am I going to do with 50 mil? Earn $2.5 million in low interest residuals. I'm on a $2.5 million salary for doing nothing for the rest of my life. You can fly private on holiday to the best places in the world twice a year with your family. You could buy any supercar you want practically for the rest of your life. You can just put the money down and finance it. You could buy pretty much any house you want within reason. You're obviously not going to live in something crazy. Um, yeah. And then just had literally have no worries for the rest of your life. Like these crazy lunatics on the internet make you believe that 50 mil is not a lot of money. Well, I'm sorry to ruin your dreams. If I gave you 50 mil to spend on stuff and you can't buy cars, boats, and houses, you are literally not going to be able to spend it, by the way. And you might think, oh, I would. I can tell you firsthand, you can't. Can't give it away. You know, like it's hard. It's so hard to spend that much money, especially when you're earning 2.5 mil in interest, you know, a year, probably more if you do it wisely. Ryan, you could basically buy a McDonald's and eat there for free with that much money. Kane is a tiramisu hater. Yeah, because like people that like tiramisu are boring. Like people that are like tiramisu is the best dessert ever. Like, yo, just travel the world and eat something else, honestly. Bro, tiramisu is so dead. I'm telling you, like I'm telling you now, tiramisu is a dead dessert. I'm just saying it. I'm just telling you this for a fact. It's just a dead dessert, Nick. Now I'll stand on business with the tiramisu stuff. I literally think it's dead. Like, yeah, it's just horrid. Horrible. Why don't I trade YM? It's just a younger trader looking for advice on YM is not a good fit. Bro, there are just certain days in the month where YM can just go and do its own thing. Like it'll be up 1% and everything else is down. And I just don't like that. I can't find enough confluences in YM with other assets. So yeah. You ever watch that show Mobland? Every time I hear your accent, I think of how Kane, the Mobland boss of trading. Yeah. Give me an RS6 and a house in the Cotswolds, and I'm basically him, right? 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. If I'm trading at 2 p.m. candle, I've had a bad day. That's just a general rule. Yeah. I've got some controversial opinions about tiramisu. Sorry. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Do you know how many Kona's eggs you could buy for 3.5 for 50 mil? You could buy every single Kona's egg the day it comes out. And guess what? You still are making money on that. My dream salary is 60K a month after tax. 60K a month after tax. I'm pretty sure everyone wants that. Like, honest to God, of course, you can't buy planes and boats with 50 mil. Duh. But like, I'm just telling you, like, you really don't know how much money that is. And then you're earning 2.5 mil a year in interest. It's just it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. London low. Yeah, but the thing is like, right, there's so much resting below this. You trade this low now, you're asking to get smacked about, in my opinion. It could work and it could play out. I just think you're a broken clock at that point. Because you've got the overnight low, you've got the previous low, you just got so much resting liquidity down here on a bearish day. Yeah. 317 is the thing I'm looking for. Or no, 327. 329, fuck me. I'm very bullish for day. I can't see the 4-hour potential SMT between NQ and ES. This will be nice. There you go. Overnight low's gone. Just tag 319, 329, and we can look for longs. People losing their sanity saying 50 mil is not much. Yeah, legitimately. There you go. Okay, now we just need to see an insane buyback in the next 15 minutes. uh, look at that gold candle. I've got delayed data on gold. Let me look on my phone. Oh, no, my delayed data is also here on gold. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Yeah, it's your dream. Yeah, of course, of course. And that's why I said everyone probably dreams of that. Yeah, of course, bro. I get it. I get it. You want enough money to just never work again. I get it. Just to put into context, 60K a month after tax, 100K, 25 mil is your residual interest spot ish, roughly. 25 mil liquid cash, you got that in interest here. And that should be the goal for everyone, right? Like, okay, it's cool to buy nice things to do all this, but like, I want to make sure whilst I'm sleeping, I'm just making money that I just don't have to do anything else. Like, that's the goal. Like, it's cool to trade, it's cool to do this stuff, but it's really cool to just not work and just do whatever you want and make money and do those things, right? That's cool. And they're just, that's my why. That's my why. You split the funds, you can only insure a certain segment. Yeah, but you're not you're not leaving your liquid cash, you're actually investing it, right? Yeah, I mean, of course, everyone wants to be financially free. I get that. We always get onto the same conversation, money and life and all this stuff. We buy it back out of here, which could be interesting. New 15-minute low. It's going to be annoying. I worked at JPM. Every morning I create rates for large families to move money around. Yeah. Breakout pump. It's a bit of crap, this isn't it? This got rebalanced here. This got rebalanced. Yeah, this is nothing to. Why would we long this? I mean, you have this up here, but yeah, it's just a very, very tricky morning. What's that? Mike Allen. Finance short today simply met with no confusion from 62% into an extension right now. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. It's clean, isn't it? Honestly, I think obviously I harp on about 50% so much, but like you just need a reason to get out of your trade sometimes. You were an OG there. We closed it down and moved it to the lab. You know that though. You know that. Because I told everybody that. Oh, they're selling this. Yeah, I had a Discord called The Circus, and it was just full of people that had the role clown. So you were all a clown. Everyone that joined was a clown. Right, we just gotta wait. Yeah, pretty much. We kind of just have to wait, to be honest. The thing is for me now is like, do we have an hourly trade here? No. So like we could, well, I say could, but basically the idea here would be to play some pullback into 50% to then continue lower and play a 4-hour candle lower. The thing is 10's going to print. Ideally, I want a short 10 high. So for me, what I really want to see, and this is just a timing thing now, is this is your low. This is where, most of the session was put in. We wipe that out with the open. We come retest this area with an hourly candle. 11 takes this high, pulls back, 12 opens, pulls lower, and then we just creep back into the low. That's kind of what I would expect for the day. But obviously, this just has to get met with some sort of buyback in the next, however long. But this just could be a boring session for us because we just have to wait for that to develop before we can click the button, because buying this off of this low is crazy. Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is everyone's talking about that this could be the rotational high. Flash reminder, everyone also said that about this high. Quite literally, everyone said, we've got a really good high. Even I said, yeah, it looks like a good high. And then it gets met with immediate buying. The people that bought down here aren't even underwater yet. They're just chilling. Like, this is not crazy. Like, if we were like here, I'd be like, whoa, hang about. Everyone here is now underwater. This just wiped out 2 months of price action. This is something to be worried about, you know? I also love down days. Like, this is just, you know, I love this. I love this. Smashing the red button. Are you using the 4-hour stat map? Nah. I just used the normal stat map. Manipulation to manipulation. Anyone that tells me the stat map doesn't work with midnight, yeah, just take this off, see what happens. Oh, look. Daily rounded here, back up to here. When this is just the open, bang, bang. Josh, I know it's your tool, but I'm just saying it only really makes sense to me when midnight is a thing because this is fake price action. But what do I know, bro? It's your tool, not mine. It's a great tool, though. How do you backtest your model? Explain in details. I clicked the button over a number of years doing the same thing with a repeatable rule set, and I got an outcome that I was okay with because I'm okay with it. Thoughts on TJR? What about TJR? Guy just bought a Kona's egg. Kind of crazy. 100 points. You want me on NinjaTrader live every day? No kidding. TJR is a core seller, not a trader. I mean, you said that, not me. That wasn't my opinion. I mean, it's melting. It's melting. Yeah. What do you want to do? Do we really want to buy this after 200 points lower? Lives every day would go crazy. Thinking of chat. I want your humble opinion. This is a true story. I asked the lab this yesterday. Should I buy bank? Could you please show us how you would use the continuation model? No, there's nothing here for us. Literally nothing. Anyone here got a Robinhood gold card? I saw that, Nate. I want a Robinhood gold card. After a certain amount of points, you can get a 24 karat Robinhood gold card, or you can get just a bar of gold. Like a bank with a vault. Yeah, like a bank building, an old bank building with a bank vault. Just think like we could do streams in the vault. Be kind of cool, right? What do you think? You think that one woman on X is #1 in the Robins? Bro, who cares about the Robins Cup? I don't know anyone that's good that even gives a crap about it. Just ICT talked about it one time. I think that guy is I think that guy's getting commission on deposits there or some stuff. I mean, that's a bit of a wild accusation, by the way. I'm just saying. He's the only one that talks about it, is my point. This is absolutely cruising, chat. I have no reason to touch this. Thoughts on grid trading? Works until it doesn't, and then you have no money left. Uh H blew 90% of his account though. Who's H? Yeah. Early in your career, would you get slight FOMO in situations like this? I've never really been one to chase moves like this. Where is Justin? Yeah, he definitely went MIA. That is a good point, Vish. Where is that guy? Um, Definitely a great OR day. You used a 5 minute opening range. So what, you sold it here? Like 35? You just sold at the low of this? I mean, you're up like well over 100 points, so you're chilling, right? Listen, I'll just say it how I see it, right? No hate on anyone whatsoever, but opening range plays make sense. Like actually just trading just the opening range makes sense when the market runs. On the days that like the price just trades through the opening range like 100 times, I just fail to believe that people don't get cut up there. That just doesn't make sense in my head. So yeah, these days pay for that. So I'm fully on board. Like this is a great opening range play, but like opening range without context, it's just like what you're just trading a breakout. Okay. My sound is going in and out. What was it? Did I have sound issues, guys? Sorry if I did. Apologies. Looks scary to long. I mean, just consistently making new lows. Okay, sounds fine. I don't know because I have a problem with Discord every day. Me and Discord, we don't get on. We row. Do you use 14-inch MacBook or 16-inch? 14-inch. I don't need a 16-inch MacBook. Discord, the platform, bro. I was up 200 points in MQ and 45 points on AMS, so 6 contracts for each. Let's go. Yeah, you just downsized that then, Sean, right? The context has been MTF temporary bearish until proven otherwise. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they hate that. They hated ES this morning as well. They just sold ES. That's also a big thing. It's a good level. Right under that. Yeah, 3875. Yeah. It's the old opening. Oh, we're coming back. We're back. Yeah. We're back. Sorry, guys. The stream went offline. I can hear myself now as well. We back, baby. Yeah, the stream went offline. Too much sauce. We've been told to keep it down. So that's a lie. I wasn't told that. But yeah, everything makes sense in reverse, and you're going to be able to. That was my whole point. Is that you're going to be able to like tell, like, oh, so obviously the higher the day. Okay, then well, why didn't you short it like with all of the money in the world? You know, it's true. I was liquidated. The internet, the man in the black van got me. We are so back. He called the market makers too long. That's why he stopped alive. Yeah, that can't be publicized. Sorry. Still no deposit. Sad days, sad times. Oh, looks like I'm just gonna have to call the traders if I was to take it. Here we go. Let's go over here. We'll see. We'll see if we get it. Take it. That's even better now. We'll see. How were you liquidated? I wasn't, bro. They're kidding. I was not liquidated. Come on, they're just trolling. Because the stream went out. Yeah, I mean, look, this is completely unbalanced, right? So for me now, it's like the lower we go, I want the balance to be around this midnight level. I would take this though if this gets given to us. The problem we have is that it's a pretty large move. So that's crazy actually. This is massive. No, you're good, bro. Don't worry. It's easy to fall victim to that if you're it's first time here. I guess my whole point, right, is if you have a system and you follow it, it doesn't really matter what anyone else says because I don't trade breakouts and people make money doing that. Some days they lose money, some days. I trade the opposite way and I make money some days and I lose money some days. There's just like a million ways to do this thing, right? And I don't have FOMO watching this fall 300 points because it's great watching this do this, but I don't short breakouts or long breakouts. And I will happily sit on the side where it does that until my setup appears. And once my setup appears, I'm willing to risk my money for it. You know? I want to see this rebalance. This rebalance is still a thing, right? So I can't just short this low. So it's either I sit and do nothing or I have to trade it. Yeah, it is. It is. It is, which makes this trade super risky, right? I mean, you guys can all short this. Like, I'm fully on board with that. That makes complete sense as to why that makes, I don't want to be short. I don't want to be long enough for the 10 a.m. candle. You've missed every move for the past 4 Wednesdays, buddy. Yeah, fair enough. I just basically I got stopped out all time high. Um, yeah, you're right. Stop. I'm cool with this. Chat, I'm cool with this. Like, I could be wrong every Wednesday for the rest of my life and still be good, you know? Even if I miss the move, I can miss the move for forever, you know? Let him have his day. Let him have his day. Honestly, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. You don't need to defend me, guys. I'm cool with it. I make money all days except the lives. That's crazy. That's crazy, that is. Let that sink. Bro, is this your first trade here? This time here? Are you crazy? Bro, I'm not mad. This is far from mad. I'm more like laughing about it. How do your risk model look before you start increasing risk with wins? I struggle with that. Should I stick to fixed risk no matter what? Um, I I think dynamic risk for like 99% of people is an absolute awful idea. Like if you're not like no if you're not sticking to your rules and like getting in and out of the market and executing an edge where you make money, adding a variable like dynamic risk is a recipe for disaster. It's not a good thing, right? Because you're just gonna all you're gonna do is if you're not executing your risk, your edge, well, when you execute your edge badly, your losses are just going to snowball into huge losses, right? We're deeply in premium. Um, I don't believe so. I mean, we have a higher time frame level. Wait for this to upload. SMT isn't stupidly important in my levels, but we'll see. It used to be here before as well. Bullshits and leaves for work. Who? Who does? What's your strategy to get out of trailing drawdown? Just smaller time frame trades. Like go for smaller moves. George, I rarely add to positions, and I also find it hard to add to positions. So don't worry about it. Um, where's that level? 15 minutes. I find it really hard. Guys, this diversion, like a minute divergence down here is kind of irrelevant. Catch a knife if you want, but don't go against the trend and get caught. Yeah. Okay, let's listen. Let's listen to Trevor. Let's not go against the trend. Okay, chat. Just stay with the trend. Everything will be okay. Let's just make sure we stay with the trend. What's up? Follow the sheep. What would you need to see to take along? Um, my model to appear means it's going sideways right now. Another leg down, immediate rebalance, maybe something like that. Also, don't hate this ish, but where am I targeting to? I'm not expecting this whole thing to get rebalanced now. You know, those things go in my head. Don't, Kane, first time tuning in, say hi from the Breaker Gang. I'll say hi from the Breaker Gang. Appreciate the Breaker Gang. If you're over here, aren't you trading a C3 candle? Yeah, C3 4 hour. Yeah, I would be, yeah. It's hard to long here. In complete honesty, it's really, really hard to long here. Only short if the yearly candle flips bearish. Up. We got a long way to go, haven't we? Kane, follow fashion trends, don't go against it. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be long here than short. That's for like, as in short. Like, I'd rather be short up here. Again, hindsight's great. Um, when this is way higher than the current price it is now, I'm sure I'd rather be long here. Again, hindsight's great. Today, like right now, would after we're down 350-ish points from the open? Well, not from the open. Well, actually, we are. We're down about 300 points from the open. No long here. I'm waiting. Is there a discount code for the Discord? Nah, there isn't. When chat's nice, we'll do one day. But you know, better to be long here than a week ago. Context and time horizon matters for everything, right? That's the most important thing. That's the most important thing. That's why our trend is not bullish. Brother, you are talking about the most bullish asset in the history of your life. What are you talking about? This is not bullish. Like, time horizon matters. Of course, today this is not bullish. This week it's not bullish. This month it's bullish. This year it's bullish. Even Pax tweeted about what? It being trapland. What? Why is it falling so hard? It's just, listen, you have to understand the market dynamic we're in, right? What is it I saw today? There are more businesses redundant today or bankrupt today than there was during the peak of COVID. Of course, I understand it's NAS and it's bullish, but aren't we sniping? But this is the thing, brother. This is the way I trade. Like, it's like me taking an Olympic runner and saying to them, maybe you should try sprinting. What's the stop? What time is this? New 15. I see the problem I've got with this is it's quite large and I would like to buy it on the way back up. I'll stop by one if this plays. So it's in there. The low gets taken, the low gets taken. I don't want to play this after this. 975. Create one. Yeah, I'm good with that. Uh, kind of makes sense to get out at 3200. It's quite a big move though. We'll see. We'll see if we get it. I'm down a risk one on it. Limit sell up here. There you go. I'm in. My entry is 9750. It's really annoying. There's no cash in this account today. Target's 200. I would go. I mean, yeah. I mean, look. Realistically, I'm probably not going to be able to go break even on this trade, by the looks of it. I mean, it's obviously incredibly risky considering the market dynamic today. Hence why it's only one. There's $600 of risk on this. And it will pay me just under 2K if it plays. And that's just how I trade. Again, stop's too big for me. I don't take trades on a 30-second. Makes sense, brother. You got to stick to your rules, don't you? Where is Stowe long from? That's really, really... That's not very nice, Jay. Stowe was short yesterday, and it was a really good short. What do you mean that's rich? He was short. It was a good short. I loved it. I think I told him that. You were there when I told him that. Why are you saying that's rich? Guys, I'm being serious. Guys, I don't think you think I'm being serious. Stowe crushed it yesterday. His short was really good. It was perfect. Where is he long from? Yeah, I know. It's hilarious, but well. Back to 10? Yeah, bloody hell, that would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, that's probably where I'd go break even. I'm probably just going to hold on to this for a little bit higher, but this makes sense, Darian. What's this? Oh, yeah, I'll cut that at 10. If we get there, I'll cut that at 10. 174. I'm not going to break even on this one today. I understand that I'm trying to pick a bomb, so don't take too much from chat. No, I thought Leo thought I was insulting Stowe. I don't really care about anything else. I just didn't want him. I don't want him to think that I was being sarcastic to Stowe because I wasn't for once. B when ES hits 10 a.m. open. Yeah, I mean if ES gets to 10 a.m. open before my TP, then yeah, I would. Which is close. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to make sure that was all, brother. Yeah, I know. It's fun. All sorted. Rebalanced. Can you think most traders don't know exactly what they're looking for? And only that. I think most people struggle with two things. They believe they have an edge when they don't, and they don't actually know how to back up to say that that's proof, i.e. reps, proving that it has an edge, knowing when it works and when it doesn't, and then actually just sticking to those rules. That's it. Do you have any PM session advice? I'm usually at school for the open. Yeah, it's really hard. I don't really like the PM session a whole bunch. You just have to really narrow your time horizon. Like you need to be in and out of trades within, 30 minutes within the PM. If it's not going to play, it's not going to play. Normally it just chills, right? What about ES? 4 hour, 1 hour, 15-minute sweep. Could you? No, no. I was about to say, am I looking at fit? What made you go 30-second? Look cleaner. Um, yeah. Well, the thing is this 15-minute low off of an hourly low, off of a 4 hour low is basically all I trade. And if all of those three things occur, I can go down to the 30-second. A long time, Nate. A long time. So annoying. I'm only full transparency. I'm only grabbing these on prop because I don't have any money in my cash account right now. Kind of sucks, but don't want to sit here and tell you the reason. What's the reason behind this? 4 hour low, hourly low, 15-minute low, and then I want to be positioned below the 15-minute open, which is right here. And if this buys back up, I want to be in it. It bought back up. I would have normally take the retest, but this immediately sold and then tick higher. So for me, normally what I look for is something like this, like after this candle, this ticks, retest, and then I play the retest of this inversion, or this gap, whatever you want to call it. It's a million and one ways. I'm sure it's a million and one things, but I'm a simple guy and I like simple things. Can you have a good voice to do? You have a voice to do good ASMR. I promise you, if I ever, decide to quit the trading thing, I'll do that. Yeah, George, it makes sense. Which is why I also prefer the 4 hour. Because if I'm trading the 4 hour, then yeah. If there's 5-minute inverses, I'll be very happy. Yeah, I mean, there are just ways to like mitigate, right? Because now you have the 5-minute. And if the 5-minute inverses, I'll be out of my trade and then I don't care what happens for the rest of the day. So when you say open, it's not the US market open. The open of the 5 hour candle. 5 hour candle, we just made something up. The open of the 4 hour candle. Probably make more, no disrespect to your skills. What's that? Probably make more doing ASMR voice streams. What? What are you trying to say? You trying to say what are you getting at here? That my trading sucks, or that there's just such demand for my ASMR voice? Yeah, I know. I realized that, John. How's the lab doing? Pretty well. Pretty good. I think most people caught banger short today. When you say 4 hour low, are you talking about wick or body? I'm talking about the wick. Bro, what is this star rocket thing? What is it? Um, is my stop break even? It's not right now, no. Really what I need to see happen is at 10:30. So this is very time dependent now. At 10:30, this high becomes my break even. And not before. Can you just trade in props now? Almost feel like cheating and free money, almost since you normally trade live funds. Not really. I mean, it's still the same market. You just get better feels, in all honesty. When should you look to take the 30-second instead of the M5? Bro, you're asking for a very specific point in my strategy that like doesn't make sense without the rest of it. It's all about time frame alignment and highs and lows. And yeah. See, this is normally an area I want to see just get bought back up. Why don't you take partial for 1-to-1 or 1-to-1.5? Because that's not what I back tested and that's not the data pool that I have. Never thought about buy stops if it goes back through. Yeah, I mean, I normally wouldn't, but like this is, for me, this is something that like I want to see this candle here, this 1018 candle, right? This 1018 candle, I want to see trade higher, ideally, and then pull back. I don't want to see an immediate rebalance like this because then, well, now they really hate ES, don't they? That's the hard part today. They really just suddenly, yesterday they hated NQ and today they are hating ES. I'm full risk on because right now I don't have a reason to close this. If this trade does in the next 6 seconds, if this doesn't confirm a swing, then I just have a choice of closing it. It confirms. I basically just need to see it buy up, and if it doesn't, then yeah, it could be a quick stop out for $600, which is not the end of the world. This is where a lot of people re-add. Never thought about buying. Without taking M15 low or below the open, would you still take 30-second? No. No, no, no. Just go study his trades, what I'd say. See his entry time frame, then go 4 hour hourly 15, and then seeing common themes they have and why you would enter on those time frames. It's a good idea. I mean, if you're in the lab, yeah, you're better off just asking there because a lot of people can answer that question whilst I'm here. And you'll get a much detailed response. ES is targeting 63, 63. Maybe. Glad I closed at 144. Yeah. For now, I guess. Yeah, exactly. I'm only in one, so I want to flip at the 5 and it just rejected. Makes sense. 50-minute swing, SMT with ES. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? I'm already in this one. I mean, look, what's the thing now? It's like now I have a logical break-even point as well. That's the only thing. It's like for me now, this becomes the break-even point. That's the open. What changes here? If anything, I like this trade more now. This SMT and I'm in from here. And if I'm wrong, I'm really wrong and I get to ignore it for the rest of the day. If you had like capital like 10, 15 mil, would you trade with a CFD broker or would you stay with a futures? I'm asking because the liquidity and the filling. Yeah, I'm not giving a CFD broker 10 mil. I'm not going to give him 100 grand, let alone 10 mil. I literally don't care who it is or what it is. It's going to go to 23,045. Maybe. The reality is both of the statements about where price are going are statements, and those statements are completely untrue because you have no idea. And no one has any idea where it's going. Rejected off that gap you marked out previously. When it comes back like this, usually don't work out. Should go up fast. Should continue lower. If you weren't this heavy, I'd be liking a run up on the 10 a.m. candle for 11 a.m. reversal, SMT around 440-ish. Interesting takes all around. Today, I discovered that a lot of people know my strategy better than me. That's crazy. Crazy, that one. Yeah, peaceful. I just normally trade the 4 hour candle. And if that 10 a.m. doesn't take, then an 11 does, then I still get 10 and 11. 10 being the 4 hour and 11 being the hourly. Yeah, the 170 to 147. None of the candles close below the gap. I don't really care about that. That's irrelevant to me as well. Yeah, sumo, it's whatever, isn't it? Everyone's got an opinion. Luckily, mine makes me money. Okay, TF, I'll answer the question with I think the way you're trying to get to it. The longer we hang around here, the less interesting this level becomes. Yes, you are right. However, that doesn't change the fact of the trade or the data from the trade. Yeah, I'm in this long. I'm on a prop account. My personal account has 0 money on it right now because I'm waiting for the deposit to hit. Nah, I don't really want to trade don't really want to trade my larger accounts on a big volatile day like this. You want me to lend you some money for your personal account? If you can, brother, that'd be great. No, I'm kidding. There's plenty of money on the way to it. It's just taking a little bit longer than normal, but it's my fault. I left it late. So it's whatever. Your personal account has 0 too. As a lot of people's do, Nick. As a lot of people's do. Oh. Uh there we go. Uh I'm long, brother, right now. It's currently just a little bit in under the weather. The trade, it's weather. If you don't mind, can I ask what was the largest amount of money you handled? If it was larger than 1 million, you reached the second chart, had any issues with filling properly? Um, can ask me, I'll answer yes or no. Was it larger than 1 million? Yes. And have I had any issues on the seconds chart? No, because pretty much all of my entries are limits. I mean, there are times I do stop, but yeah, I do stop. I do like stop myself into trades, but I don't advise like everyone do that. It's kind of risky, and I'm factoring in a lot of things at that point. It's up to you, isn't it? You can market, you can do whatever you want. I mean, I'm just telling you my preferred way. Price breaking 23/100s. Structure makes the counter trend impulsive, buying challenging. Limit or stop in its sim on prop. Well, you have a luxury in sim that you get better fills, right? Especially when you trade. I don't know, it's just luxury you have. You can stop. You can mark it and stop into sim pretty much 99% of the time. And if you think you're getting slipped, then yeah, it's kind of irrelevant. If we get this current M1 all long, but sim is better. Yeah. What's my break-even protocol? It depends on what I'm entering on. Do you manage your trades when you get stopped out the first time after 10 a.m.? Uh, Not really. I'm kind of just like I'll try that like on a day like today, and I'm just speaking about today. on a day like today, if I get stopped out of this, I'll pretty much just call it a day now, like straight after. I won't even look at the charts because there's no what's a 1.5% day gonna do if I know my strategy doesn't play out at 10 when typically it has a higher win rate than any other session, then I just won't. Why would I even look to engage in any other session? And that means that I avoid all the FOMO. It's say 2 o'clock just starts running, and I want to try and grab it, and it just avoid that FOMO feeling, right? Like, and everyone would. So yeah. But the thing is, I'm okay spending $600 on this trade, right? Because I know that if this gets hit, I'm done. I just don't care anymore. And if this plays out, I get up here for short of $2,000 and I'm also done. So it's like a double-edged sword. I get to sit in this for as long as possible. And whatever the outcome, I have a definite result, right? And that may be like, why don't you just not take it? Cool. But like, I'm okay spending this for that, you know? That's okay. Yeah, how can a win rate not include break evens? Like, it is what it is. This might do this now. We'll see. Caught 30 into overnight low and done for the day, not chasing it, feel the same. Yeah, I mean, look, I would have, of course, hindsight is great. I would love to have been short. The reality is the short we did take this morning was at 6. We caught this move, basically exited at this low. Yeah, that's the low gone, by the way. I just heard it in my ear. Exited here, avoided this, and then the setup doesn't appear for the rest of the day. So like, I'm cool with that, you know. So yeah, if you took a short with the trend where it failed to break out from the channel, yeah, I got stopped. I said that was the low. I could get ticked here and whatever. Is there a big in? What was I reading? Sorry. If you took a short with a trend where it failed to break out of the channel, you'd be up right now and not triggering stops. Okay, Trevor. Are all your London session trades around 6? Yeah. Yes. Short entry between 140 and 150. See you later, Nate, brother. Enjoy your gym. You missed up twice today. It's part of the game. It's just part of the game. Okay, I know you used AM reversal to capture your apex payout. Is that still bread and butter? 8 a.m. reversal, brother. 8 a.m. I think you are crossing timeframes. You've obviously added heavily to your arsenal. I think that's what you mean. The 2 and the 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Okay, 8 a.m. is, what time is it there right now? Is it 8 a.m. right now? 8:43. I saw that comment before it got deleted. But no, we're not going to do that. Oh, that was the rocket guy. No, I'm not setting up a boxing event. Funny though. Do you think most people realize that NQ has rallied 7,500 handles since the April lows? And do they think that, do you think they realize how insane that is? I mean, I think it's insane, but obviously the market didn't think it was insane, you know? I don't know. Sumo, bro, to be honest. It was hard to be short bias on that way up. I took very few trades and all of them were losers. And then I caught, recouped all of that in a chop. And then now I like to describe this as like that rotational pain. Maybe this is a rotation and I'm long biased because, of whatever reason, because we've only gone up and now we have to be short biased. But I can quickly catch myself on that. I just need, a couple of down days and I can figure it out. How do I get the bid and ask remaining time to print on the bar? You right click, you go to settings, you go to lines and scales. No, trading is the buy and sell buttons, instant orders. I'll just show you everything I have. Here you go. I'll give you 10 seconds to screenshot it or take a photo of it. Um, have a good day. No, I won't re-enter, bro. It's like one, it's a bit too late for me. The 6 a.m. Yeah, it was spot on. I mean, that was my big trade for the day. How far after 10 a.m. do you look? Really, just to 10 to 11, bro. 11:30, really. Do we want to try one more time? Not really, Cole. I mean, it could play. I'm just not that interested in chasing it. Tomorrow will be a new day and I can trade then. And you know, that'll be interesting. Um, there's nothing there. Nothing there. There you go. I know you're not re-entering, but if this were a 4 hour, 1 hour, 50-minute game, would you take it? I can't look. As a general rule, I give myself two trades to trade that one 4 hour candle. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm pretty much wrong for the entirety of that candle. And the reality is this candle is actually it by my model. This candle is set to go lower, and I can't short this from here. So like this long is like a mental stop out for me. Like I attempted the long. The model is proving me that this is going to go down, like going to continue lower. Let's just leave it alone. And that's the reality for me. And I'm okay spending $600 for that pain. The end, you know. And like the thing is, the people inside the lab know that this 4 hour candle is set to go lower, so I'm cool with that. I'm okay taking a counter trend like trade on that basis. I mean, yeah, basically 2 p.m. has to take the low and then buy back up. That's the only time I can get long. What time do you exactly so you can get an idea? I can just show you that trade, right? That trade's a lot sexier. We entered right here. 6 takes 5. This is 5 a.m. 6 a.m. 4 hour high, hourly high, 15-minute high. Yeah. And I'll show you. I'll show you the fact that the indicator tells you to get out there. Right. Watch. I'll just rewind it. I'll replay it. What made you change now? Saying the 4 hour is going to end bearish, bro. Okay. Anyone from the lab? Right, Paul. Are you still here? It doesn't matter. Darian's probably here. There. What is why is 10 a.m. set to go lower? And do you think, here you go, this was the target, right? This was the end target for this trade. You could have got out a lot earlier. You could have done a lot of different things, right? This is the strategy that that I have on the indicator. It's basically just this right here, stop above this high. You also have divergence. There you go, candle 3 expansion. So I'm not really changing my tune. I'm just, like I just said, I'm saying I'll give myself one trade. There you go. That's crazy that it's the low. No way. That's so insane. 6 a.m. swing. So 10 a.m. expansion is down. There you go. This is all the people that I know that I'm taking this as a mental trade, like a mental stop out trade. Stop anything. Take a loss on this candle, move on, trade two. It's just not very exciting to watch me do nothing on the stream, right? That's the truth. Yeah, Carlos, the sad part about these corrections is they only make sense when we have more information, right? That's it. They only make sense then. Yeah, Jeff, I know. But the reality is if this plays out, and this is the truth, is sometimes that candle three can buy back. And that's also another thing. And you can buy the book, buy my book, I guess, in my head. I can still trade that. The probabilities of that are just a lot lower. Like a lot lower. So where is 6367 come from on the ES here? It was amazing. I have no idea. Breakfast was good as TNQ in continuation for anyone that chased. Yeah. I mean, look, I do expect this morning session to just close bearish. Just where and how is another thing, right? What about the fact that 11 a.m. takes 10 a.m., but it doesn't really matter for the next 4-hour candle, right? 10 as a 4-hour candle is set to expand. So 10 till 2, 10, 11, 12, 1 till 2 is set to all go lower. So really the only thing you can do to get on side there is wait for 10 to print, 11 to take 10 a.m. high, and then you short 11, 12, 1. That's like the ideal, how you get on side. This stream ends at 11. I'm not going to be able to do that on here, Candle 3. It's just honestly, there's not enough time for me to explain what candle 3 and candle 2 is. Or maybe I'll do that next week. In fact, you can go watch the chart fanatics video. That will explain it pretty well. You missed the AM short, missed the PM short, and took a reduced loss going long, and now I'm going back to work. Pain overload. Try not to chase it, Thanks, bro. We try not to get excited. We're trying to make money. Patience is a position. I know, brother. I'm fully aware. I'm aware. I think a lot of people find that hard. And like I said, for me, taking like a counter trend trade on something that is like fully sold all the way down is like I expect some pullback and some ability to go break even, and the reality here is, we bought this. I could have gone break even here. There's no point. I just rather take the stop out as like a cut to me and say, right, don't do this again. And that's just the truth, Do you rent a trades after getting manipulated out if you're an initial trader, or you just wait for the next 4-hour candle? Again, it just really depends. Like sometimes I get ticked out. Like look at this, right? I could have got ticked out here. This buys all the way back up. You buy it in, and now it just trades a lot lower. That's just like mental warfare if you do that. It is. It's just absolute pain. I'm chilling. We caught a monster trade this morning. Take a small stop out here, and we move on with our days. Okay, I can just use this 4-hour candle, right? This 4-hour candle at 6, yeah, opened up here, took the high, and closed back below. This was an extremely bearish scenario. Is this one closed all the way lower? So now for us at 10 is also going to expand lower. So it's difficult for us to frame higher trades. Thank you. Another stop. Let's get a reversal now. No, I'm really not interested in a reversal on this. I will straight up wait for 2 o'clock because the thing is you'll just get paper cut after paper cut after paper cut, and then 2 o'clock will come online, take the low and do that, or do nothing. Right. Just looked at the trade you took. There was no gap that was inversed, only on the 5-minute. What time frame are you looking at? Tell me the time frames, and I'll tell you why you don't see it. I already know why you don't see it, to be honest. How often do you guys stream inside the lab? I personally stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays. I stream here Wednesdays. Kane, did you give you the level on ES fixated with? Did who give me the level 6375? Did what give me the level 63? Like, did you give me the what? Did you give me it? Did I give it? I didn't give it. I have no idea what that level is. Thoughts are going to be Frank. We do, but all the videos are unlisted, bro. Thoughts are going to be no. I didn't give that level. No, I don't give ES levels. King creates some thoughts on going BE at the first internal high and low. Yeah, but we do that on the 15, right? Where did you get a fill on that trade? Is my question. No, no. You're questioning me, and you're telling me that I didn't trade a gap. No, so like, let's break this down. Why do you think I didn't trade a gap? Because you don't have access to the 30-second chart. That's why you don't have. That's why you think I didn't trade a gap. Who trades the close today? Is it you? It's so funny. I'm pretty sure the account balance just got updated on this. It did. That's so funny. Just trying to learn. I know you are, but you could have just asked me, hey, could you just go over the trade instead of telling me I didn't do it? The 30-second chart here, they ended right here, and actually buy stopped on the way through because I missed the original entry. That was it. Ready? Now I got to get a new account number. Nah, I mean, you're never gonna be able to get money out of it. It was crazy though. We had a 30-second gap, 15-minute low, hourly low, 4-hour low. So like that's the way I do it. And then I can trade 30-second gaps. Look at the 7-minute chart. You just missed the fill, yeah. But the thing is, I went over the trade, and the 15-minute low makes the 30-second important. Without the 15-minute low, the 30 seconds irrelevant. Appreciate you, brother. No, I appreciate you. Pretty boring session. Not really much more to be had. I feel bad for XY having to trade this, to be honest, after me. Scary person man's like 8 feet tall.
Kane.
And he appears. How are you, brother?
I'm good. I'm good. I had that long with you earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
we made plenty off that, and then I tried two more, but he
yeah.
just took me break even every time. I was trying to go for a
Hail Mary.
huge
Like
day.
all the way back to the open. Flip
I
green.
think I mean the first one was good. I had 5 on, so risk is smaller today because the my stop's got to be like 15 at least, 20.
Yeah.
Got 4 lots off at 70 points, but that one it came all the way back, and then I tried to get long again, double dipping it. I had maybe like almost 3K open profits, but it came back, break even. Try to get long again, lower, break even again. I was like, oh,
Yeah, I literally said actually I said like this is kind of the area that I'd look for the reoffer. Like, and if that reoffer holds, like this thing just it'll just go.
yeah.
but it is what it is. And I now they're just going to bleed it into the lows, and you're just going to have to watch this thing just do nothing, I guess.
Yeah, can't get access into these shorts from here.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's like shorting these lows, expecting a -2% day that rarely happens because you're 1.5% down. It's like, okay, then when it rips a percent and you're shorting the whole way up, you feel like an absolute moron, and you're like, why do I not just get bullish at the lows?
Well,
You
I
know,
think
so
even if it works and you are getting paid, I think you're still a moron for trying it. So yeah, I wouldn't.
I happen to agree with you, but I'd rather be long and wrong than short and right in this situation. Despite my model actually saying I should probably look for lower for the next 4 hours, but I still can't long that. It's just a walk away moment, right?
Yeah, ES is like super heavy. They've been trying to buy the spot in ES for a while now, and we'll see if they can get through. But oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Someone in
see.
my
They got
chat
work
was
to do.
if someone in the chat was saying this 63.75 level, someone called it as a level to watch today, and it's now just holding. I think it was Jim that might have done it, might have said it. I don't know. Yeah, brother, it's gonna be tough. This is. Did you catch anything on the way down, or were you in bed? We were taking bets on that.
No, I got to desk when that long was setting up. So I think I got in long and then you got in long. So I was like, hey, we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
I've
Yeah,
got some
normally,
confluence.
normally,
Yeah, it's because I
normally.
have a level or I have a zone that's from like 120 to like 80s. And as soon as I swept it, came back into it, the order flow was good for longs. I got the longs, and I thought I was like, this is probably a low day scenario. Um, we're gonna get this thing through. So this is that reoffer spot you're talking about, peeled off down to one, double dipped it on the way back. They popped it up. I mean, yeah, it was a couple thousand on the table, but I wanted it to go all the way to like VWAP on the second attempt, right?
Yeah,
I heard you say like, oh, now you like it even more. I was in the same boat. I was like, oh, if they're gonna hold this on the second attempt, this is the best long we might see all week. So I wanted to hold that thing for, I mean, it probably would have been like a 16, $15,000 trade, but it ended up being break even. So my heart's broken.
yeah. Well, how will you recover? Honestly, it's.
I there were so on the two trades where I broke even, I was tempted to take them off because I was like, I could say I even like 10,000 on the day. But I was like, no, that's not what we're here for. We got to get paid on this. If it's gonna work, we got to get paid on it. And it
Yeah,
didn't work. So we're back.
yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things, right? Like I didn't expect such a move down the last 2 days, to be honest, but not against it because I'm just looking forward to potentially playing it on the way back up. I just see doom and gloom all over my Twitter right now, though. It's like everyone's like, yes, it's the top, and like a big rotations coming in, and like for me, I know this sounds so bad, but like as soon as I see that, I just like, okay, now everyone's going to get hurt when this thing retraces. So this is going to
Right.
just retrace. So then I just have a natural bullish bust. And when you look at your chart right now, huge drop, immediate rebalance takes the high, huge drop. We're not even at the low. Like it's just
Mhm.
rebalancing price inside of this range. So
Yeah, it's accepting it. They're building that volume. It's like, okay, well, if supply has stepped down since this top here.
yeah,
They're just building lower and lower. There's acceptance where there wasn't before. And until that changes, yeah, we'll see. They got to leave some volume behind on the upside, and then the market will have a chance at coming back. But otherwise, it's just going to keep going lower. The supply is just constantly moving down with price. So I'm just looking at this swing right now. If they can hold this spot, so this would be the most prior volume to this whole up move. It'd be cool if they hold it, but I'm not really eager to jump in early on the longs just yet, so we'll see.
there's a lot of buying down here though, by the looks of
I
it.
know. ES has been buying like with both hands. It's crazy.
Really. Yeah, see now like to me, just from a pain perspective, it's like deviate the low, give them all a chance to get out, get out, paper hand
Yeah.
it, and then run it. That just makes most sense to me. And also with time, that also just plays out. So
Hmm.
I don't know, bro. Good luck though. I'm not that interested in it for the rest of the day, so we will see.
See you, brother.
Have fun, brother.
I'll try, chat. Yeah, so like Kane says, it's too late for shorts. I mean, for me at least, this is we've broken a lot to the downside. They've made their choices. Yeah, they're where they were holding and there was a lack of sell interest. They've replaced every spot with interest in sell, right? And even down to here. Um, so until that changes, it won't be easy to grab longs. So we'll try to grab on the way up. The low, so this range ES will say like 68 to 65. They're buying, they're bidding the hell out of it. And well, we're seeing that effect now. I'd like to see the market fail to climb lower, maybe on like at least another attempt. Um, yeah, this long looked super promising right here. I thought that one runner I was just gonna hold it all day. And then when it came back, I was like, well, I'm reloaded 5 lots back in. I'm holding this until like PLC and then all that stuff. I was like, we're gonna make like 15 grand a day. And no. We're sitting at a little over 5 now. At some point I could have exited the market with 10, but it's like that. So hope you guys have had a good morning. I was trying to make it an early week. Call it a week on Wednesday. Yeah, they can reclaim and hold the zone. Look for long. I'll look for longs again, but they got work to do. So for anyone that's sticking around, we'll see what we can do. Glad to have you guys here. I'm not here too often, not in the mornings, but it will probably be more of a regular occurrence now, so we'll get acquainted. I like the I like the failed attempt to extend IB. I mean, we've got a 368 point IB. Any extension would be quite drastic, as Kane was pointing out. Quite a morning, yeah. Yeah, Dr. Steve, I do it all the time. Sometimes it could be Tuesday and I'm done trading. Like I don't really like to be stuck to the charts much. Lately I've been on more streams as you guys can tell. So a lot of my trading is actually just on stream. I don't even trade off stream anymore. Not too much at least. Um, but yeah, I don't really it's not like if the market's open on a day, I'm really eager to trade it. Especially if I have like bigger days. If I have a bigger day, in the past it would open the window to a really big red day. So I just got used to like, hey, look, you've had a really good day. The market gifted you like really good opportunities and they paid you well on the opportunities, worked out as you thought it would. And to me, it was kind of like, all right, cool, we've earned an early week. It's kind of something that keeps me, makes the game more sustainable for me. I don't feel burnt out. I don't, every day I come into the markets, it's like super fresh. I feel really fresh. I feel like I'm here by choice. I do everything deliberately by choice. You know, I exit the market by choice. It's a lot easier to maintain my process that way. You know, everyone kind of preaches the whole, hey, look, you know, I love it for the freedom and the freedom, but who's really granting themselves the freedom? Some people are sitting here for like 8 hours a day, just looking at candles. Also, my results are way better. The less I trade. in each session, the better my P&L has been. So, do I hate that this is going without me now? Absolutely. But that was a lot of buying in ES. I was hoping they'd sweep another low first, but it's not the case. Also, another reason I'm not too, you know, interested on shorts is where we are. So it's not to say, hey, look, I don't think the market will go lower. It's that I wouldn't want to place risk on speculating for a lower move this late. It's King Bing. Where can I find you in socials? Do you teach strategies? I teach strategies every day for free on stream. Socials, I have a Twitter. I think production could probably throw it up because we're not allowed to link stuff. I have a Twitter. I have a YouTube that outlines some of my setups and how I execute them. Yeah. What would I want to see for rally back to VWAP? Failed attempts lower, which yeah, they've got about 3 attempts here. And at that time, I wanted to see a move back into IB, into the zone, and a reoffer around the 70s to the 60s. But they decided, you know what, we don't want to do that. And they're running this thing up. Not interested in chasing this. I want to see another attempt to move the market lower, and I want to see them hold that attempt. What I'm not too big of a fan of is ES's low is quite heavy, but there's a lot of buying in there. So I'll wait. We'll wait for a pullback and we'll see what's going on. But I'm looking for longs from down here. Hey, Savannah, are you here? Are you here with me in chat? I can answer the question here right now if you are. ES filling singles. Yeah, I don't have a thing up for ES to see singles, but yeah, for anyone wondering, I don't have any like teaching stuff behind a paywall right now. And me and a few others, you might have seen them on stream, are working on something for you guys that will be free. It won't be a paywall. Um, and we'll just be throwing out all of our stuff out there. Um, playbooks, info, anything for you guys, order flow focused. And it'll be cool. I'll leave it to them to tease it around here and there. Yeah, we're working on some stuff for you guys. What's up, Phoenix? Yeah, I mean, I see some of you guys along in the chat. I'm happy for you guys. I think it's a great long, coming from where we are on a higher time frame. I just couldn't get myself in it just yet. I mean, I have plenty. I got the original ones that paid me a lot. I got the double dip, which broke even, and then I got this that broke even again. I thought they were gonna run it up after that little IB low tap, but other plans. So paid, break even, and then they finally rounded it out. But I'm looking for a pullback. I'm not chasing this. Not a chance. Where can you watch future streams? Right here on NT Live. We will not be streaming elsewhere. Yeah, Mike Allen, I agree. That's actually what I'm waiting for. I want the market to come back, and I want to see a bid that's willing to step up and absorb shorts higher rather than what they've been doing all day, which is lower. The that's when I think the market can turn. It's gonna do so. Hey Savannah, I got your email just now, and yeah, we can do that. So I'll see you guys Friday. Thanks, Sandy. Appreciate that. Absorb higher. Okay. I'm talking about buy side. So as you can see, the market's just been moving lower largely, and it's not until the market moves lower that you see a passive bid step in again. And I want to see them step in higher. So now that the market's moving higher, I want to see on any given pullback the bid step up with it, which we just saw right here, but I'm not interested in getting in that soon. But they did trap some sell right here just now. There was a real sell attempt. You can see some on the leg to leg delta right here. All right. So this you could have really longed this and risked where they were stepping up on the bid, but again, it's too high for me. You will find that I am pickier about my trades more than otherwise, but less is more in this game. I think we all know it, and it's easier said than done. I think I like around the 80s, so around here would be nice. Yeah. Another thing is if they actually trade this higher and give me a hold in the 140s, so leave this entire node behind, get up there and show a bid that's now willing to step up this. So very clear things I want to see. Market might do it, might present an opportunity, might not. We will see. But the key is here, high time frame. This is the zone I bid initially. They came down, they went to this swing, this blue line, and this is where the bid's coming from. The swing has pretty much outlined that there is taper. There's a lack of interest under it, right? After they saw a huge bid here that drove price, when they came back to it, no one's willing to offer this note anymore. And the information seems consistent still now. On a lower time frame, you can see that, yeah, they did fizzle out. There was a taper down there. No one's willing to push any further. And so because of that, it's a great long if anyone took it. 190. Yeah, I wanted around like 200s to VWAP for that original long from the 80s, but be like that. What do I gauge for higher bids? Order flow, quite literally. Um, when the market's going down, it's because people are crossing the spread and hitting the bid. So as the pullback occurs, it's because, sellers are hitting bid, and I want to see them hitting bid, but price not moving lower, which will show you absorption on delta. So you'll see negative delta building and building. And to me, that will be the proof that there is a passive bid that's stepping up with price. Where can I find you online on YouTube? On YouTube. I don't stream outside of NT Live right now. I have videos. I have some YouTube videos I threw up a while back. It's XYZ trades, 3 E's. So yeah, guys, this is kind of heartbreaking right now. This is the move I wanted here and here is now occurring, but real time, you're seeing me miss a trade. It happens. Sometimes they let you in, sometimes they don't. That's that. I think it's important to also understand that it's very easy to make money, but it's very hard to keep it. So if they don't let you in with your strategy or your execution model, as some would call it, just wasn't for you. Just leave it alone. There's plenty of time in the market. There's plenty of trading days. You'll get something. It's not that common too that they're just given a move like this off of the low. So there should be a pullback. Usually there's a pullback, and you'll make your money when there is. And if there isn't, you let the market have it. Mm, King Bing. I don't know. I've always thought YouTube University was the best for all kinds of things, right? Whether it's trading, whether it's this, or whether it's that. Um, yeah. I mean, if you're interested, you can see us pretty much every day. We're on NT Live every day. Last 90 minutes until the close and around midday, which is like, what is that? 11 to 12 noon Eastern time. So there's always going to be someone that's order flow every day on NT Live. So stick around, see what resonates with you, what concepts. You'll see all kinds of concepts on here. So trading on stream is extra hard. Yeah, it's definitely a lot harder, but I think I'm someone that's really stuck in my ways with trading, in a good way. It's something like I know what I want to do, I know what I don't want to do, I know what I want to see, I know what I don't really care for, and I'll do it the same on stream as I would off. So that part helps me. I'm stuck in my ways, as in like I went around, I've discovered, I've tried strategies, I've tried to see what fits me, my personality, and I'm pretty confident in what I found to work for me. And so you guys will see the same thing. I think that's why a lot of times it seems like I'm very even keeled. It's because I'm gonna do the same thing. I hold myself to it. There's like self accountability thing, so it helps. But yeah, doing it live is quite different. So why split in two sessions? Well, I mean, you don't want to see the same people for like 8 hours, right? It's also to give the crew a break. I mean, they're starting at like 8 a.m. Eastern, so they get like 2.5 hours of a break from noon Eastern until the last segment, which will be us. Yeah. Yes, Savannah, I hate speaking in Eastern time. It's frying my brain. Yeah, I hate this guys. They're just bidding this without me, but hey. Letting the move go is the hardest part. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It helps that I that I had the longs earlier that paid me like almost $7,000. It was like six something. It would have been seven if the runner had been booked along with it, but I mean, I had a 70 point first take profit. So it helps ease the pain, but also I think it's important to understand that this is not really a common occurrence for this to play out this way. This was really like the only pullback. And they didn't really do much with it in terms of like range. So when it occurs this way, just let it go. It's not really that common. Usually they're going to pull back like deeper and you'll get something. And the rare times that they don't, it is what it is. If I can kick my own ass right now, I would. Yeah, yeah, all you guys, I mean, you guys are all right. There's gonna be other moves. You can back assist yourself too. Like it's not that common that you're just gonna get this parabolic V-shaped recovery. And a lot of times the people who are trying to chase one, they end up getting washed. So the 120s to the 110s the most recent trap, and they've just been running since. Like the offer has seemingly exited the market. There hasn't been much absorption buy side on the move up, and this is like it's a huge shift in order flow because the offer has been sitting on price and stepping down and sitting on every pullback the entire morning, and all of a sudden the market tries outside of IB, right? Again, high time frame, the market's testing this. And as soon as the market, both sides see the answer, like, hey, if no one's willing to offer down here, you can see how dramatically things change, right? The order flow has actually changed. There's a lot less selling in the market where just prior, all of a sudden, they want to sell all these prices. Every price was willing to be sold until the market information came through and everyone sees it for what it is. Like, hey, um, I don't think there's much interest lower. The volume's drying up. And the market's got one job is to find volume, right? Find fair two-way trade. And the order flow just shifts. Where is the offer? Don't let chat pressure me into. Yeah. Yeah, no, sometimes we do get pressured to do something for you guys, right? Um, I mean, we're here to provide content after all. So there is a little bit of pressure to slap something on for the sake of executing, right? Because for the order flow guys here, our main focus has always been to provide like executional content because there's not much of that. Let's be honest. Everyone wants to call levels, mark levels. This is my level. It's always their level, by the way. This is my level. This is my zone. Who gave it to you? One tick from the this or the that. But who's showing execution? So we're always trying to like drive it in. Calling a market's cool. Everyone's able to do it. But who can execute it and how do you execute it? So that's kind of like the pressure where we stand in terms of trying to provide some executional content for you guys, hows and the whys and the wheres, and risk, right? Who speaks about risk? Everyone shows the trade, but they'll never show what the risk was, right? By the time they show the trade, I don't know, they're like 200 points in profit or something. But how do you properly risk, a trade? How do you gain the access? You just really see levels and levels and levels and levels. So we try our best. Yeah, there is a little bit of pressure, but we try our best to just, hey, sit there and do nothing too. It helps when chat is supportive. Obviously, if chat's sitting there going like, take a trade, take a trade. Yeah, it can get a little dicey, but thankfully the NinjaTrader community is never like, hey, take a trade already. Yeah, JD, order flow for me, it's a double-edged. Sometimes it's chill vibes, sometimes it's like in your face. You're seeing order flow everywhere. You're getting baited into things. Yeah, so in my mind, VWAP first test VWAP after a big extension is always a good offer opportunity. But for me, like every other opportunity, offer or bid, I'm gonna need to see some evidence that they can actually push price, right? They can absorb all day at VWAP, and I'm not gonna care. I want to see them push and get some continuation on the offer. So the same way the bid stepping up with price along the way here, offer stepping up along the way down. I need to see offer stepping up along the way down. Or if we just climb through VWAP, I'm going to consider that as this, obviously speculating, is probably going to be the biggest batch of passive sell on this entire way up. And if they can trade above and hold VWAP, in my mind, that shows me there's enough bid interest to fill very large passive interest, which means the market still wants to bid and there's not enough sell interest. And if that's the case, we have nowhere to go but up. So very deliberate in what I am speculating, what I want to see, and how they need to present it to me. If they present it to me some other way that, I don't know, that's not in line with my trading, it's going to go without me again and boohoo cry about it. If you trade paper money, you have to trade every point. Oh yeah, if you're trading paper money, you're probably in a trade more often than you're not. Because at that point, losses don't matter. You just want to showcase some wins, right? Yeah, order flow can be super noisy. After a while, I mean, you get a lot of screen time with order flow. You can distinguish like what's just noise, what's not. The general idea for me is if you're not in an area of interest where the market has to make a choice, it's kind of like this is the inflection point. We're going up or down from here. This is where they figured out. If it's not that spot, the order flow is almost pointless for execution. For execution, it's important to mind the order flow approaching a destination. But for executing, if it's not in your spot, much like any other trading strategy, right? If it's not in your spot for a plan, it's probably not really a positive EV, not as you would expect at least. Yeah, so it's two things for me. Yes, it's you can say it's strong buying, but at the same point, I mean at this, at the same time, it's the sell interest has seemingly exited the market. And I don't mean like selling in general. It's just like the sell that we saw earlier has exited the market. Yeah, Ben. Sellers are like they're always like a 15 minutes of fame thing, right? Right now, people are probably screaming bloody murder in the streets because, well, we gave up really key spots for bid yesterday, and now we've got a huge down day. Everyone's screaming bloody murder. Oh my gosh, there's people from sell everything to I told you to sell. Who gave you the top? And at the end of the day, how many of these days have we seen, and how many have survived for the next 2, 3 days? I don't think we've seen one in a while that's sustained a further move down. Would you try to reoffer? I would try to reoffer VWAP, but I see no reason to try to reoffer VWAP right now because as any bit of offer is stepping in, um, since we left this volume right here, which to me is key, leaving this volume and transacting above it is key. But ever since we left, the offer hasn't done anything. So at this point, if I see heavy offer coming in, it means nothing to me because they've done nothing ever since this move up. They've done nothing. So do I ever use trailing stops? All the time. If I've taken off my core position, I will start to trail. So my runners could be anywhere from 1 lot to 3 lots of runners. And at that point, I will certainly be trailing because it's gone far enough where my plan is playing out and has played out to a certain degree. And I'm not willing to give those profits back. I think you have to be honest with yourself too. The reason I can trail and I can live with it if I get trailed out and if it moves like 5 million more points is because I know I suck at holding trades anyway. And it's a way for me to do so mechanically. And if it trails me out and it continues to run like hell for the whole day, in my mind, I'm okay with it because like what was I gonna do? Hold it? I'm not good at that. So I understand that. And it's easy to live with. Um, right now it's looking really bullish because is transacting above VWAP with a lot of strength. They are lifting. The tape is just super, super bullish. And Q is also finding that the sellers cannot hold price. So I hate to say it, guys. I don't know if there's going to be a trade for me um, this hour of a session. We've got 30 minutes left. This is the trade I wanted. Here, here, and here. Especially on the second attempt. I double dipped it, thinking we would get the break here and then just going, but sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that. How do I trail? I use these Hakanashis and I'll go candle by candle usually. But if it's consolidating, I'll just do the prior swing on a low time frame or based on, so it varies. It could be based on volume. So maybe I'll risk a low volume area, stuff like that. It's situational. I would say. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. If I'm not in a trade, I can interact with chat more. I can answer more questions, stuff like that. But if I'm in a trade, I can outline my thoughts. But hey, look, guys, this was it, huh? This line right here, this swing, reclaiming the zone. And like, even here, I was like, they reclaimed the zone, I'm buying a pullback. And they just reclaimed it and never pulled back. They pulled back above the zone, super shallow. I was not about to get in on this. Um, what can you do? I think best we can do is always be deliberate in whatever you're speculating. Be deliberate in how it's going to be shown to you, and be deliberate in waiting for that to happen. When do the sellers jump back in? I don't know. The market's trying to find out. The market finds out by continuing up until they find it enough selling to hold the buying. The issue is there's too much buying to hold there. Everyone seems to be very, very interested in buying all of a sudden. As soon as Kane and I step off the buying. Holding 150s? Yeah, I would say at this point, Brian, nailed it right on the head. If they can come back and hold around these 150s, I would be interested in along there. Also depends how they come back, right? If they come in back with an offer that's stepping down and actually absorbing a lot of buying, that's gonna be more dicey for sure. So how price moves around on an order flow basis does matter. Larry, that sucks. Yeah, Dr. Steve, that's exactly what it is. They don't just liquidate out of nowhere. The same way this, rarely just goes up with hardly any pullback at all. So the market's it's not playing the nicest today, but be like that. It definitely be like that. Do I ever use M&Q VWAP? No, I don't use any M&Q data. I think data on NQ, even if you're trading M&Q, I think NQ data is better. King Bing. Yeah, can do that since the market's pretty much locking me out of anything. All right, so the very important context here of those lows is me just having this outlined as a zone that could potentially be swept and bought back through. And if not the zone, a swing to be swept and bought back through, or to be tested. A swing that's provided taper, taper, zone that's been taper, taper after a strong move up, which is right here. So this line just happens to coincide with volume, right? Same thing, same plan. And right here. So this is my first bid. Paid well. Can't complain. Coming back second attempt. I wanted the higher hold for this move. They decided it's not time yet. Swept the eye below. I tried it again. Not time yet. Two break evens. And this is where you start to see, all right, one attempt, lower. They can't really push price, and they go lower and they taper it again. And now they're gaining ground on the upside. So this is a very important distinction. Second attempt, the tape is turning, right? The tape is turning to buy side, and now they're getting continuation buy side. What's down here? Two tapers. See it. And a flood of buying. So if this flood of buying after tapers in attempts to move price lower, if the flood of buying starts to get rewarded, that's likely how it starts. And that's exactly how it started. So that's the lows. I hope that explains it. If anyone needs clarification, feel free to say in the chat. We'll try to nail that in while we're on it. But that's how I pretty much distinguish that. I wanted to see another layer. I wanted to see them get into this zone again through all this buying and come back towards the buying right here for me to get the longs right off into the sunset. And they said, you know what? I don't think so. And I said, okay, guess I'll just talk to chat. I mean, I'm back on in the afternoon today with Nick. So last 90 minutes of close, 11:30 Pacific time, whatever that is for you guys. And Friday, my next session after that would be Friday, same time slot as this. So closing out the show on Friday. Don't these kinds of lows in NQ bother me? Would I say they bother me? They don't bother me. I understand they're not the best lows, but you know what's even worse? ES is low. There's almost no taper. There is an exhaustive push, yes, but there is no taper. So that's the one thing that can convince me to short around VWAP is a low that's not the best. If they had clean lows, it'd be a different story. But the sell side really needs to get things going to convince me of this. And they're doing a decent job. I think I'd like to see more. I want to be more patient. They've stuffed 2 attempts so far to extend buy side. So maybe we'll get a short, maybe not. You frozen screen is a taper the gray. Oh, the volume profile right here. We're looking at volume, so let me blow this up for you guys. Right here. These 2 attempts, 2, 3, 4, whatever you want to call it, they're tapered every time. So they drove this thing back up from that. Yeah. Willing to short VWAP, see if we can get back to lows or clear some for a pullback, but parameters need to be met. I do like how the 15-minute has closed. We'll see. I think I'd like to see a bit more before initiating short side. But yeah, the long plan played out just straight back to VWAP. That's what I wanted ultimately. How many years have I been trading? This April was 4 years. Doesn't seem like much. I know. Um, but that's the story. I think if you find yourself into good content, into good educational content with good traders, honest traders, everyone's a good trader, right? Wink, wink. Your learning curve can improve drastically, exponentially. Another thing is replaying. A lot of replaying. Multiple sessions. It's how you expedite screen time. And being very deliberate, right? I was very deliberate in focusing in certain things when I do backtesting or replay. I'm not everywhere. Replayed a lot of like the tape, Dom, stuff like that. And I would drive in. So one of the key things is if the market, on certain days, like say this reversal, right? You guys want to learn about, oh, how can I get this reversal? How can I spot it? How can I time it? You replay the hell out of it and take the key distinctions. And every time the market gives certain, actions through the days, replay those over and over. You'll start to find patterns in your head. Subconsciously, you'll start to pick up on those patterns and you'll be able to spot them sooner. And you'll be able to also, very importantly, spot what doesn't really mean much, what doesn't really work. So be very deliberate. And yeah, you'll make it. My 4 years feels like 6 or 7, to be honest with you. I think it's because I've spent so much time, studying and honing the skills. So that's a third attempt up top right now. We'll start a little small and see if we can get continuation. We'll add into it if it works. There is an offer flooding in. We're in 4 lots, risking 15 points right now, so I'm wary of adding more size. I would like to, but not too low. So I'm watching the offer reload. They're reloading and stepping off as the bid reloads, which I'm not too appreciative of. I'm waiting to see if the offer steps back in before I add anything at all. So they're stepping back in. I want to see them repeatedly step in because the bid's also reloading right now. So we're finding the two-way tape right here. If they can't leave this range behind, they're going to come up, grab the stop, and that's it. When I see offer reloading, the dumb. Yeah, Steve, it's definitely a dicier short, but the way I see it is that's trading, man. Risk to reward, and you let the market make its choice. You can't control it. So all we can do is choose how much we'll allow the market to take from us on any given trade. There was so when I got into my shorts, when I started, um, there's an offer coming from where it's coming from now that was reloading, and then it finally started to step down, which was like, okay, well, if they're going to offer VWAP, they've got to do so here and now, right? Um, Price came back to it. Offer stepped in again. We'll see. So that's going to be, yeah, another lower high attempt for the buyers. And yeah, we'll see what comes of it. So we really shouldn't see those prices trade again. This is when the buyers should and need to step on the gas as they're still reloading. So there's a really bouncy bid here. They're trying to get through the bid. So I'll put on one more if we can get an extension, but staying deliberate. What I want to see, what I don't want to see. And I'm not negotiating with the market, not negotiating with myself on what to do. Got to see what I want to see to put on more, and that's it. Stop is where it is. So we're getting a good push. A little too violent for me to add with, but so sometimes, guys, certain trades, the way they set up, the way they play out, they won't allow you to put as much risk as you want on in terms of size. This is pretty much, I'm on for half size, just because of how it was going, right? So it is what it is. If it doesn't work, I'll be glad. And if it does work, the reason I'm okay with it is because we've got quite a ways down before a first take profit. And so it's okay. Zara says, bring back Trader Kane. I miss him. Yeah, well, too bad. You stuck with me now. Where would PEP be? I'll throw it out for you guys to see. My first would be right here. I'm not settling for anything other than this because I'm on half size. If I was on normal size, maybe around 8, anywhere from, it varies from 6 to like 10. Usually it's around 8. Yeah, I'd probably take some around here and then go down here and then further, but Market don't always give you what you want, and you can't force it. If you guys are curious to like further see what's going on my screens for execution, just check out the YouTube. I've outlined and annotated the videos as best I can. Yeah, so we'll be running with this trade. I'm looking at my risk now. Don't think I need to be risking that much anymore, so I'm going to move it up to around 11 points. We go further down, I'll move it to break even, but we'll see. Right now, I don't think I'd want it to break even. So like earlier, you're going to see me with, like, say, 2K open profits. If it doesn't make sense for the trade, I don't care what it is. I only start to care about open profit if I've already booked my core position, which right now would be 2 lots. Right, so look, if it comes back, chat's always going like, why don't you just take the 2? Well, if I took the 2, I wouldn't have taken the $7,000 earlier in my first long, right? Thanks, Nick. What's up? What's my dream watch? Vintage Patek reference 2499. Last auctioned at 2.6 million, just recently auctioned over 5 million. I'm heartbroken. Yes, that is my dream watch. Something I'll never get. 20 lots? That won't even get me there. Won't even get me in the conversation. JD, appreciate it, chat. Yeah, be patient, be deliberate, and the market might gift you something. I mean, it's not over yet, right? They could just rebid right here and crush my dreams like they did earlier. Yep. So it's looking all right so far. So we're crossing pretty key spot. I'm gonna cover 1, look to cover 2 here, and we'll go down to 1 if they gift me with that. But we are at a place that can certainly hold for higher. The tape is slowly starting to turn. Actually, surprisingly, it's not as sell as I'd like on a delta standpoint. It's just the bid is stepping off. So that's what I'm noticing. There's just not a super thick bid, but yeah, there it is. Okay, the selling is definitely flooding back in. So I'm gonna look to cover this now. I don't want to be risking all of this open profit on these 2 for whatever. We'll see if they give me the TP. That was a big wash. Moving that up to cover. They literally ticked the cover there. I don't want to risk all that. So right now we'll start to trail this down. See a new low, maybe not. Who knows? That's trading, huh, guys? So look at that. We've got over 10K on the day. Worked out after all. Another penny into the 240. You know who's been scooping up watches? I don't know if he wants me to tell you guys, but Kane's building a craze. Kane's building up quite a collection right now. I'm gonna go nerd out with him one of these days over some watches. But yeah, we're moving. I think it's a good chance for me to note too. This wasn't the best. This was my last ad, which is why the average is so low, right? I understand these aren't the best prices, right? You could have gotten short anywhere up here. And I always say, I don't care about the best price. I want to get in when the move is going to happen. So I stay very patient about it. And there's always the analogy of, oh, big bid. I'm going to trail this here. There's always the analogy of you don't want to you don't want to get to the party early before the host. You're going to sit there, you're going to do nothing. They might ask you to help set up. Who knows? I want to get to the party on time when it's happening, where it doesn't even matter if you've got the best price. You've got the best price right now. right? Because I don't like sitting and stuff. You guys know I suck at holding trades, and those are winners. I am very quick to hate a loser. If you go back through all my streams, you will rarely see me take my actual stop. I'm flattening out sooner. If I don't like what I see when I want to see it, I'm gone. I'm not interested in it. I'm very quick to hate a trade. And I'm very quick to want to book the long. So it's a double-edged sword. But yeah, you can look through my other streams. I'm not often taking where I place my stop, and you'll see me with 7-point stops, 10-point stops, this point stop. Still, there are things that need to occur on order flow, and if it doesn't, I'm not too privy to it. So they're probably
Dude,
gonna take me out around 40 points.
I love that trade.
Hey, Jim.
Man, I love it. I love it. I mean, you picked off that kind of retracement back up after that big IB hit. I love it. I love everything about it.
Appreciate that.
Trailing stops. I mean, you're doing it. By the way, I am 100% convinced you are going to get your dream watch. You're young, you got the right attitude, you're humble, you're working hard. You're going to get it, brother.
Well, to me, it sounds like chat, and we're all listening to the same thing. To me, it sounds like Jim's gonna go buy it for me. That's what I'm hearing.
Did you miss the part about hard work?
The what now? Never work? Never heard of it.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I just want to
Anyway,
be happy, Jim. I just want to be happy. I just want to hang out, be happy, meet Jim. Finally, sip some martinis. I actually don't like martinis. It's quite nasty.
yeah,
Um,
you could toast anything, man. You could toast a beer and a martini. Doesn't matter. It's
yeah,
okay.
we'll see. One day, I mean, I'm gonna build the collection. I mean, I've got a collection of my own, but now that Kane's building, I'm gonna build too.
All
Get
right,
some
there you go.
more in. I think you need to stay on with me, Jim, because every time you come on, these trades just run.
I told you I love that trade. The same
Savannah.
setup. There was a real similar setup in the E-mini S&P.
Yeah, the ES was just so strong from the lows.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys all drink martinis? It's like pure vodka, isn't it?
You get to a point when you're older and it's like,
I think my gripe is with vodka because vodka to me is the hardest thing to drink. It just tastes like rubbing alcohol. It's like whiskey is so much easier, gin is so much
yeah,
easier, and then you've got like anything smoky like mezcal, right? Huge fan.
yeah.
Negronis are good.
Melfi gin martini straight up with a good quarter of a lemon squeeze of fresh lemon, and then you're good. Shake it cold, man.
Oh, gin martinis.
Yeah.
I thought martinis were always vodkas. Oh yeah, gin
No.
martini. I'm game with that. I'm down
Yeah.
for gin. So we'll do some of that by Jim's 1 acre pool. If you guys haven't seen it, he could land his private jet on that thing.
It would be tight.
All
It would be
right,
tight.
well, they took me out of that runner. So, hey,
Yeah.
guys,
Anyway.
you're cleared. I'll see you guys
Yep.
in the afternoon. May or may not trade. Don't hold me to it
We will
because
see. Yeah, and
I've
you're with
cleared.
Nick. You're with Nick this afternoon, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Looking forward to it. Great job, XYZ. Nice chatting with you. We'll see you this afternoon.
See you, Jet.
All right. I forgot to share my screen real quick. We've got a couple markets to cover here. End of morning edge report really quickly. I just want to go to gold and check out what's going on with the gold market. It's almost the opposite of what's happening in the equity market, right? These things are inverse related today. And this is pretty much a nice upward. It's more than a grind up. It's a drive up. I'm going to call it a drive up. During the London initial balance, things kind of slowed down. We went kind of sideways, but then we picked back up pre-market and we kept on going. And we went through that 1 day max calculation by Menthor Q. That was 33.88. And then we kind of retraced. And this is again a textbook retracement. I just did my retracement high to low, nothing fancy. And then we retraced back, just kind of stopped at that 23.6. We didn't even get to the 38.1. We did get that double break. It's like 10% maybe. I had an edge alert on this thing. It's 10.76% of a double break on gold based on these conditions on a yearly look back. We got that single break above that IB high, and then the double break just wicked to it. But we're not getting any follow through, right? We don't have a candle close below it right now. We're not even close to R1 or that high vol level or 38.1%. We're kind of paused right here. And so when I saw that kind of following the equity markets, I was looking for at the I'm sorry on the goal at this when I was looking at this in the equity market, the same time frame, the same candle, the same reversal candle, 11 to 11:30. That's when I thought, okay, it's time to reverse back to the same direction we were going in. And I'm starting to feel the same way in gold right now. So it's kind of a nice move with those mental Q targets. We're sitting right in that Q on that JAX2 level too. So we're just, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the last 7 candles have traded through that JAX2 level. So it's very popular. Real quickly, let's just go over to the Bitcoin because that's also of interest today. The Bitcoin was moving, right? We kind of broke out to the upside a little bit, and now we have an equal and opposite candle. Not quite a bearish engulfing, but an equal and opposite candle. We're all the way back down to session VWAP, point of control. Nice kind of even volume distribution today, almost textbook for the Bitcoin. But right there in the middle is that point of control, and we're right there. And then look at how flat the session VWAP is. To me, this is telling me we're really tight. It's going to be a tight range today. Possibly no breakouts either way. However, if we do, we have some targets. If we rally back up, we have that 0 DTE target up here, high vol level and put support, and that's at 115,000. Below, framing the bottom of the conversation again is that JAX2 level. That's a big, that's a second largest gamma exposure level. That's right down there also as a target. We wicked through it once earlier today. That's 112,500, and those are typically at the even numbers as well. But right now we're kind of right in that sweet spot, right in the value area right now. So this might make for some good value area trading for the rest of the day. All right, that is Afternoon Edge Report. Just wanted to shoot those two markets up for folks to consider. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the subscriptions. Any social media spreading the word, we'd greatly appreciate that as well. A lot of X accounts to follow with the streamers that we have on here. They're awesome dudes and gals. So appreciate you guys being here. Been great. That's all I have to say. So we're going to be back strong, 2:30 East Coast time. Me and Shai, hot commodity report. And then we're going to have XYZ working overtime, double dipping today with Nick to trade the close. So looking forward to seeing you guys there.